I just got a dog next to me, so.
Welcome back to the lab with your host, Brad Bolt. Welcome back to the lab. Back to the lab. Welcome back to the lab. Back to the lab.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in to Football Christmas. It is the Brad Bolt Show, part of the NFL Lab Network. I am your host, Brad Bolt, and joining me on this day is the Yeti himself. It's Dan O'Connell. Dan, how are we going?
Mate, we've been waiting for this for so long. I can't believe it's actually here now.
I know, it feels like we've gone through about 78,000 mock drafts, has it been? Is that about right? 78,000?
Just this morning or in general?
Well, it could have said just in general. It could have been this morning. I swear I started my my mock draft about 8 times this morning trying to get my final mock draft. So,
yeah, I don't even think that last one I did is my final one, but I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I even said to you afterwards, I'm like, I would have picked a couple different players different as well.
Yeah, and that's the thing. There is I was saying earlier that this is one of those drafts, at least the last couple of years, I felt like you could go, okay, well, I've got a rough idea who the top 10 is going to be. And if there's going to be a trade back or trade into the first round, I've got a rough idea on the teams. I went, okay, which team might want to trade up to 8 with the Falcons? Well, I have about 8 teams that want to jump up into that spot. So it's one of those things you sit there and you start going, okay, that team could, that team could, that team could. Then suddenly you're like, okay, at pick 8, I've got the other 24 teams in the league trying to trade up to pick 8 here. I'm not sure which one to pick. So
yeah, exactly. It makes it hard when you try and just do it like this.
It does. But this is going to be, I think, one of the more fun days, first rounds that we've had in a while, just because of the unpredictability. Like, I honestly don't know who could go first pick. I don't know. Well, sorry, I do know who could go first pick. I don't know who could go second, because it seems like it's a lock at Jaden Daniels, but then at the same time, is that just a smoke screen? And it's been
it's one of those things where the more you hear it's going to be Jaden Daniels, the more you start thinking, well, it's not going to be Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, exactly. That's sort of my thinking. The more everything seems to work, the less it seems it's actually going to work out the way that we're expecting it to. So that's where this is going to be such a fun experiment. So Dan and I, what we're going to do is we're going to be with you for the entirety of this first round. We are going to be looking at every pick that's coming through. We're going to be looking at every trade that might be coming through. We are going to be giving our thoughts on these picks, and Dan and I have both. Well, Dan is about to, I think, he's about to post his final mock draft to his timeline. So then so both of us will have our final mock drafts that we're going over before this all kicks off soon. We are going to try and see between us who gets the closest out of our final mock draft. So we will endeavour, hopefully, one of us goes 32 for 32. I don't see it happening. If it does go 32 for 32, one of us should get a job on NFL Network or ESPN straight away.
The resume will be sent straight through to the NFL.com.
Yeah, I'm just going to try and tweet at as many ESPN NFL Network people as possible. Here's the link to our show. Look, we got 30. One of us got 32 out of 32. So make sure. so pick us.
We need to do NFL.
Yeah, exactly. So what we're going to do now is we're just watching here on NFL Network. We're seeing a bunch of the rookies just milling around, waiting for this to start. They're going through their last sort of analysis. So what we are going to do first to start off with is we are going to go with our first and final mock draft for the day. well, I shouldn't say first mock draft of the day. This is about my 27th of the day mock draft trying to get right, but this is my final one. So, and Dan, yours. So I have gone, just going to go straight off the bat. The first 4 picks I feel like are set for me. So I've got Caleb going 1 to Chicago, Jaden Daniels going 2 to Washington, Drake May 3 to the Patriots, and Marvin Harrison Jr. 4 to the Cardinals. So Dan, are we in lockstep there through 1 through 4?
So yeah, I'm Caleb Williams. I am. Who did I pick actually? Hang on a minute. I'll just pull it up. I went Drake May at 2. Like I said, the more you hear it's going to be Jaden Daniels, I think the more you think it's not going to be Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
So I've got Drake May going at 2. Jaden Daniels at 3 to New England. There's a high chance that they could actually trade out of that pick as well, though. But if they do stay there, I think they just get a playmaker. They need weapons on that offense, and they don't have it yet. So, like we said, another recording that we did, just get playmaker at quarterback.
Yeah.
And then he can make things happen out of nothing. And I think that's what they'll be hoping for. So I've got Jaden Daniels at 3, and then I can't see Arizona passing up Marvin Harrison Jr. I think they're crazy if they do.
It's one of those things, like, if you tell me that they're passing up on him at 4, because they're trading back and they get, say, the Vikings with 11-23, they maybe get a second rounder or a third rounder. Like, it makes sense. Like, I could understand it from a team building perspective, but at the same time, to me, Marvin Harrison just feels like such a can't miss prospect that you want him at 4 there if you're Arizona. So who have you got from there after them?
I had the Chargers moving back with Minnesota jumping up to get their quarterback. And I've got them taking JJ McCarthy at 5.
Yeah, so I'm the same. I've got that exact same move right there. So we're both at the moment through 5 picks. We're same people, but just a different order for 2 and 3.
Yep.
So who have you got then at 6?
At 6, I've got the Giants staying put and choosing Malik Neighbors.
Okay, so I have the Giants staying put as well, but I have got them taking Rome Odunze. Now, I've seen a little bit of chatter with people that Rome Odunze is the favorite for the Giants there. Now, how much you can believe, I'm not sure, but Rome, to me, feels like, Malik Neighbors might have the higher ceiling, but maybe Rome has the higher floor. I'm not saying that personally, but I can understand if that's how someone thinks, like that maybe that Rome is the better all-around player, but you've got a higher upside by taking Malik Neighbors. So I feel like that's why I've gone Rome there at 6 to the Giants.
No, I like that as well. I love Rome Odunze, so I'm more than happy with him at 6. Depending who you have at the 9 spot with the Bears, obviously.
So, yeah, well, we'll get to that. So I've got then Joe Old at 7 to the Titans. Are you any different? Yeah. So we're not there.
That.
So mine now is where it changes. So I have at 8, the Indianapolis Colts are trading up to 8 to take Malik Neighbors. That's in my mock draft. I like that idea. Get Anthony Richardson. So he's got Michael Pittman Jr. Michael Pittman is maybe more of a high-end wide receiver 2 as opposed to a wide receiver 1. Malik Neighbors gives you that other option to just take the top off the defense. And to me, I'm also thinking along the lines of how much fun is it going to be to watch Anthony Richardson throw the ball deep to Malik Neighbors and let him just run past people.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be – I like that pick. I like that trade up as well. They get aggressive. You got Anthony Richardson. He missed pretty much all of his rookie year. So they're just essentially starting fresh again with him.
Yeah.
But he's had that year where he's in the system. He's still been able to study the playbook and everything like that.
Yeah.
So getting him another big-time weapon would be huge for them.
That was sort of my thinking too. Just surround your franchise quarterback with playmakers, elite playmakers, and if you trot out your 3 wide receivers are Malik Neighbours, Michael Pittman Jr., Josh Downs, that to me is, I'm not going to say it's the best in the league, but it's a really nice core to build to surround your franchise quarterback with. So,
And they're like Michael Pittman's 26 years old, so he's still young. He's coming into his prime as a wide receiver as well. So just gives them years where they'll have that set up now.
So that was my number 8. Who have you got at 8?
So the Falcons stay put at 8 for me. And I know a lot of the talk has been, obviously, every mock you see is Dallas Turner going to them. But I don't know about that. I think they can look elsewhere personally. I don't think Dallas Turner's a top 10 pick for me. And he might not even be the best edge in this class either. So I've got them picking, for me, the top cornerback in this class, and I've got them going Quinyon Mitchell.
Yeah, I'd like that pick. I like Quinyon. I'm the same as you. I have him as cornerback 1, so he's my guy there that I would like to them. But I just think, with the way that this draft's going to play out, there is a potential that they could still get their top-rated guy a little bit further back, or a couple of their top guys on the top of their board at around that 15 mark, sort of. So that's why I had them trading back there. So,
and you look for me as well, like Quinyon Mitchell and Terrion Arnold are super close for me. Like you can't split them too much, so I think you'd be happy with going either one anyway.
Yeah, pretty much how I sort of think there. So then I have my next trade up is number 9. I have the LA Rams trading up with the Chicago Bears at 9, and the Rams are taking Brock Bowers, is my thought.
Yeah, I'm the same. And we heard this morning that the Rams are looking to trade into that top 10. And I can't imagine that Sean McVay finally getting a number 1 pick is going to move all the way up into the top 10 to take a defensive player.
No.
Surely if they're going to move up, he's going to target someone on offense. And who better for that team than Brock Bowers?
Yeah.
Pair him with Puka, pair him with Cooper Kupp, and you just get what we think will be another elite weapon in that offense.
Yeah. Yeah. So then who do you have going? Go your 10 through 13 picks. Who do you have going from 10 through to 13?
So 10, I've got the Jets staying put, and a lot of talk about them going Brock Bowers as well. I think they go tackle. They got to keep Aaron Rodgers upright. And even though they sort of upgraded a little bit there, they still need better players on that offensive line.
Yeah.
So I've got them picking Talise Fuaga at 10. And then 11, we got the Chargers after the trade back with the Vikings. Again, I've got them going offensive tackle as well now, moving back from 5. And you've got Rashawn Slater at left tackle. I think they can put JC Latham there at right tackle and just have your bookends set up for the years to come now.
Yeah.
And then 13, or 12, sorry. I've got the Jaguars coming up to make a bit of a splash here. They've lost Calvin Ridley. There's still Rome Odunze on the board, and I've got them trading up to come pick him to give Trevor Lawrence that number 1 wide receiver. So I've got him at 12 with the Jaguars coming up. And then at 13, I think Antonio Pierce will be comfortable sort of, if they don't trade all the way up to the top 3 or 4, I think he'll be comfortable just going into this year with Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew as his quarterbacks. If you can't get one of those top 4 guys, he'll happily sit back. So I've got them going offensive line as well. And I've got them going Troy Fotten now.
Yeah, okay. So with my 10 through 11, I actually have Troy Fautanu at 10 to the Jets because I think he has that flexibility to me that he could play tackle or he could play guard, depending on who's there. Fautanu has that ability that you take him to camp and he's either ends up being your swing tackle. He either is your fill-in for either Tyron Smith or Morgan Moses, or he could potentially maybe beat out John Simpson at guard as a potential too. So it gives you options there with Fautanu. So I've got him at 10. 11, I have the same as you, JC Latham, right tackle to the Chargers. It just makes too much sense to me to have JC Latham there to pair him with Rashawn Slater. This is another one of my trade ups that I have. I have Philadelphia trading up to 12 to take Terry and Arnold here. We were talking about Quinion Mitchell, really like him, but I like the idea of, and you know, like you said, it's not really a 1 and 2 for me. It's a 1A, 1B for Terry and Arnold, Quinion Mitchell. So it just comes down to preference. I've got Eagles trading up to pair Terry and Arnold with Darius Slay and James Bradbury, both who probably by their own ambitions didn't have their best years last year. So get Terry and Arnold in the building, add to that defense. And then 13, would I do this personally? No, but I think the Raiders might actually do this. And I've got 13, the Raiders taking Michael Penix at 13.
Yeah, I can see it as well. It depends how bad they want a quarterback.
Yeah.
A bit of
so then,
that, so
yeah. So my 14 through 16 picks, I've got the Saints taking Olu Fashanu, which to me, they just need offensive line help. Trevor Penning hasn't worked out for them. Ryan Ramczyk is a great tackle, but he might have to medically retire because of injuries. So, you know, or if he doesn't medically retire, he's got that potential where he's just injured a lot and you need someone to step in from straight away.
Yeah.
So I've got Olu Fashanu at 14. At 15, I've got the Falcons taking Byron Murphy. They could go, you've got them taking Quinion. I've got them taking Byron Murphy here. Just we've seen new coach Raheem Morris. He saw last year how it worked by having Kobe Turner and Aaron Donald. I'm not saying that the Falcons have an Aaron Donald type of caliber player, but you can see him liking that idea of being able to rush the passer from the middle of that line. So I've got them taking Byron Murphy. And at 16, I have the Seahawks taking Liatu Latu at 16. I just think add to their defense, give them the edge rusher that they need. And yeah, Liatu Latu to me is probably the best edge on the board in this class. I know he has some medical history that might scare a few teams off, but if he is okay and he's passed all his physicals, his medicals, all that sort of stuff, Liatu could be a steal at 16 there.
Yeah, no, I like that as well. Okay, so my 14 with the Saints, I've got Olu Fashanu as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Colts, they stayed put, and I've got them taking, after Brock Bowers off the board, I would have had them taking him if he fell. But I've got the Colts taking Terrion Arnold.
Yeah.
So it just gives them that really good cornerback there.
Which they need as well.
Yeah. And then this one was, I moved the Seahawks back with Philadelphia. So I've got Philly coming up to pick 16. I went with Dallas Turner here. I could have gone with Cooper DeJean as well.
Mm-hmm.
I just went Dallas Turner. I just think they love their fast, speedy edge rushers there.
Yeah.
And I think they'll just want to attack defensively as well. And those, you could easily go cornerback for them. I think edge as well is another sneaky need that they'll want to address as well.
Yeah.
So I think I'll just put Dallas Turner there for them, just that fast linebacker that'll get after it.
So I that was the one pick for me that I didn't I wasn't the biggest fan of your mock draft, was the trade up for Dallas Turner, just because to me Philly could either go, if they were going to be trading up, to me I would have thought they'd be going for either a cornerback or a Lane Johnson like replacement sort of thing for the future maybe. But the more that you listen to it, the more I think of it. I know that they've traded Hassan Reddick, they've brought in Bryce Huff, but like you said, Philly does love their edge rushers. They love those sorts of guys. So it's not going to shock me if they go that way. So I could see that.
Yeah, they've got a number of ways they could go. So, and they could even trade back from where they are. But Howie loves moving around in the draft. So
yeah, exactly. So if you, what's your 17 through 20 picks then?
So at 17, I had the Broncos after their trade back with the Jaguars. I know they've made the trade for Zach Wilson, and they've got, who else have they got there?
Jarrett Stidham and Brett Rippon.
That's his name, yeah. I can't see Sean Payton wanting to go into the season with those as his quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I can't see him being comfortable with that. So I've got them picking Michael Penix Jr. here
Hmm.
just to give him that quarterback, well, hopefully for them, the quarterback of the future. With the Bengals, we spoke about this. This is a hard one to pick now as well. Like they could go a number of different ways as well. I've got them going Byron Murphy here.
He would be
Gives
a great
that
pick.
inside presence. And then the Bears, after moving back with the Rams to go to pick 19, I've got them taking Leatu Latu.
Mhm.
So he's sort of a little bit of a slide ends there. And like you said, if it wasn't for the medical issues, I think he's clear edge one.
Yeah.
So bit of a slide for the number one edge that we think there. But 19, he goes there to the Bears. Pick 20, the Steelers. I've got them just going offensive line. Just seems like such a Steelers pick with Amarius Mims.
Yeah, no, I can understand all of those. So I've got Jacksonville, who are at 17. I've got them taking the other number one corner in this, in Quinion Mitchell. I've got Mitchell going at 17 for the Jags. I think that'd be a great pick for them. The Bengals, I have them taking Amarius Mims because they are the type of team who does also draft for the future. We've seen that the last couple of years. They drafted Dax Hill while they had Jesse Bates Von Bell there, with the idea that he was stepping in for Von Bell or Jesse Bates when they moved on. They did both move on. Von Bell's back now, but Dax Hill's there. To me, that's the sort of type of Bengals pick that they would look at, is going, okay, so let's go for the future. We've got Trent Brown at right tackle, but we could always grab Amarius Mims if Trent Brown underperforms, gets injured, or we're just thinking, hey, Trent Brown's on a 1-year deal. We're just going to get him let's get Mims through this season, get him plenty of practice reps, and get him out on the field next year. So I have him going at 18 to the Bengals. At 19, I've got the Bears taking Dallas Turner, edge rusher. Just pair him up with Montez Sweat. Just wreak havoc. They've got a really good defense there. Then Vince, shout out to you in the chat. Thanks for popping in. I know you're at work, so we'll try and keep you entertained while you're at work and you're able to listen. So yeah, Dallas Turner at 19, and at 20, I've actually got Graham Barton going to the Steelers at 20. Graham Barton has that tackle, guard, center flexibility. He could play all 5 spots on the offensive line, and that way I like it that way too, because the Steelers straight up cut their right tackle and their center this season. So you could say there's a spot there for Graham Barton. He could play right tackle. He could play center. You might be able to kick him inside to guard. Like there's this class is so deep that there is potential that you might end up finding for the Steelers in the late round a guard or someone like that. Sorry, I just got distracted. There was a note of a breaking news that's propped up on the NFL Network that AJ Brown's agreed to a 3-year, $96 million contract extension with the Eagles. So that will keep Philadelphia fans very happy by being able to lock up AJ Brown. Sorry, that just distracted me there quickly. I was seeing this bright flashing red lights of breaking news. It just
that's going to be 30 plus a year.
Yeah, $32 million a year for 3 years.
What did Amon just sign to? He was about the same, wasn't he?
Yeah. So what's it? It's $58 million guaranteed. So $58 million guaranteed over 3 years. It's potential to be up to $96 million overall. So it is a big deal. But AJ Brown, lock him in. To me, that's a no-brainer. I just want to keep him locked in and move him on from there. So
yeah, exactly.
So yes, I had Graham Barton at 20. So if I go through my 21 to 24 picks, I've got the Dolphins taking Talise Fuaga here. Fuaga, the Dolphins need a tackle. Terran Armstead, he's a great tackle, but he's quite often injured. Yeah. It's something to me that just makes a lot of sense here. Grab a tackle, put him in, just try and protect Tua as much as possible because he had a very healthy year last year and you want to keep it that way. So let me see here. Vince, you got crazy dollars. Does that put him over Amon-Ra St. Brown? I'm just going to look up do you have it there, Dan? What?
No, I think it's fairly close to being similar.
Let's see.
We'll have to get the
These,
yearly breakdown, but yeah.
so just grabbing that up now. Amon Ra signed for 4 years, $120 million contract that includes $77 million guaranteed. So he's on that $30 million a year average value as well.
Yeah.
They're $77 million guaranteed, so he gets the more guaranteed money. But that's a it average per year. AJ Brown is over, but only just. And yeah, there is a good chance then, as we've got up on the screen here, Vince, that JJ and Chase could go for over $50 million a year in this case, if that's the way. But it honestly wouldn't surprise me. That sort of maybe is now setting the market, at least for Ayuk, like that Amon Ra, AJ Brown type of figure is sort of setting the market then for Brandon Ayuk, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, all the guys who are looking for some money. So that would be them. So back to this. So yes, I got Fuaga going at 21 to the Dolphins. 22, I have the Buffalo Bills trading up to take Brian Thomas Jr. at 22. I have the Chargers at 23 taking Cooper DeJean. And at 24, I have the Cowboys taking Tyler Guyton. That way, then you've got your tackle. You could leave Tyler Smith at guard because he's played at almost Pro Bowl kind of level playing at guard. Like, he's a really good guard, but at least Tyler Guyton there gives you an option. You can move him around the board, the offensive line. But so that's mine there. So who's your 21 through 24, Dan?
Yeah, so we've been somewhat similar with the last sort of batch, but change it up a little bit now. So Miami at 21, I've got Johnny Newton going there, just to give him that presence on the inside. And I love Johnny Newton as well. He's a really good player. So good pick for them there. For me, I've got the Seahawks. They traded back with the Philadelphia Eagles, so they're at 22. And I had them going Graham Barton, just your plug and play. Put him in at guard. Yeah. Like you said, they've got their tackles fairly well set. So they don't need him playing there. They can put him inside. They'll more than likely have him playing guard, which I really like for them. Then the Chargers with their second first-round pick from the Vikings, I got them going Brian Thomas Jr. Just gives them that weapon that they need now. You're not going to want to rely on Quentin Johnston and Josh Palmer in that there. So I think, Brian Thomas Jr. on the board for the Chargers. They've got to kind of take him there.
It'd be a really good pick too.
Yeah, just gives Herbert that weapon, and they got their tackle early in the draft, and then get their wide receiver. So you're doing everything you can to help Justin Herbert there. 24, I'm the same as you. I got Tyler Guyton at Cowboys.
Yeah, it just makes sense.
Everything you said,
yeah, makes too much sense there. I'm just going to put this one. I'm going to sell my next one for the Packers at 25. Vince he loves Johnny Newton. He's his favorite defensive player in the draft. I've got Johnny Newton going here at 25 to the Packers. I just think it makes sense.
As a
put him on that defense. Put him on the defensive line. Just let him wreak havoc. So who is your go 25 through 29?
So 25, I am a Packers fan. They could go in a number of different ways here. They could go cornerback, depending who falls there. Like you're looking at Kool-Aid. They can go edge as well. Still some good edge rushers there that they can look at. I've actually got them trading back out of the first in my mock. I think with everything the way it's likely to fall or potentially falling, I could absolutely see them moving back, trying to pick up another. I've got them picking up Houston's 2 second-rounders. And I think you get 4 second-round picks for them. They can hit on their second-rounders as well.
Yeah.
So, and a lot of Packers fans are saying they want to see us trade up and get that really elite player. I think we've got a few holes in our roster that we still need to fill, and I don't think Packer fans are kind of looking at that as much.
Yeah.
So getting 4 second-round picks, we can then move around as well again if they need to. But I just say it honestly makes too much sense for us to move back, as much as the fans will probably end up hating it. I think I just see us moving back and just moving around a bit on day 2.
Yeah.
So with that, I've got Houston coming up to pick 25, and they take Nate Wiggins just to give him another really good cornerback there.
Nice corner opposite Derek Stingley.
Yeah, and they can move him around a little bit as well, play inside, play outside.
Mm-hmm.
26 with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I have them going one of my favourite players, actually, and I would not be upset if the Packers take him at 25, is Jared Verse. I think he can gives you good flexibility along the defensive line as well.
Yeah.
27, I have Arizona with their second pick here. I've got them going Cooper DeJean there, which Packer fans will be super upset that I've traded back while he's on the board.
Yep.
And then 28, I've got the Bills staying put, not moving up for a wide receiver. Had them staying there with the way it was going to fall. And I've got them going Xavier Worthy. Now, he's not one of my top wide receivers in this class, but you've got a guy like Josh Allen who can launch it deep. Get him that speed guy that can win down the field. And I think Xavier Worthy can be really good in that offense.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, not one of my top guys, but I can see the NFL valuing him
Loving
higher
it.
than what I do. You just want me to finish off to 32?
Yeah, if you want to go through.
Yeah. All right. So the Lions, I think they keep building that defense. And I've got them going Chop Robinson, just giving them another really good pass rusher, which is going to make them scary as hell along that defensive line. Baltimore Ravens, I've got them going defensive player as well. I've got them going Darius Robinson, the edge out of Missouri. They love their defensive players, and they play that hard-nosed defense, so I see that being a good pick. The 49ers staying put at 31. I've got them taking Sua Matea, the offensive tackle out of BYU. Just gives them another really good player. I think he's a chance to go late round 1. A lot of talk about him round 2 and sneaking up.
Yeah.
And then KC at 32. They got Rashee Rice with his troubles. Expecting to miss a couple games, I think. I don't think it'll be too much, but depends what the NFL end up doing as well there.
Yeah.
But we saw last year they need wide receiver help. They can't keep relying on just Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. So, I mean, they're still winning without it, but at some point you need those weapons there for them. So I've got them going Adonai Mitchell there at 32, a big body wide receiver.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that rounds out my final mock draft.
Not bad. So, yeah, as I mentioned before, at 25, I've got Johnny Newton, and Vince has put in the chat multiple second with your idea of them trading out. Multiple seconds for the Packers would be a great idea. The round should be stacked with wide receivers, good value to be had. I doubt that the Packers probably go after a wide receiver in the second round just because of the talent they've got, but they actually then have the ability with the 4 second-round picks. We know that Carolina has picked 33. I don't expect Carolina to be jumping up into the first round of the draft just because to do it, they're going to have to give up a couple of picks in this year's draft or future drafts. They don't have a second-round pick next year. To me, Carolina seems like a team that would be, if that was the case and they traded back, to me, Carolina's a team that would be then getting in touch with Green Bay and going, okay, who is it at 33 that you want? Give us 2 of your second rounders so then we can have 3 second-round picks in this in this draft in this year, so then they can try and restack their cupboard, so to speak. So, yeah,
and at
Packers
that point
moving
as well, you've got Kool-Aid falling out of the first. I'd be more than happy for the Packers to move up, get a couple of later round picks as well, move up to 33 and take Kool-Aid there as well.
Yeah, because what second round picks do the Packers now have at the moment?
So 41 and 58.
41, 58, and then by getting the Texans one, they were 42, was it?
42, what were they? 42 and, let me see, 42 and, sorry, I forget what it was when I did it, 50-something, 59?
So, yeah, So that's sort of, if you're Carolina, you'd be going, okay, give us 40, 41, maybe even 42. I doubt that it'll be both of them back to back, but it'd be one of those two and then one of the other second rounders. So that's a potential there. Benny, how are you? Good to see you. Yes, you're back here to keep the Yeti honest. So glad to see it. We need to make sure he's honest there. Vince, with everyone else eyeing wide receivers, Packers will benefit elsewhere. You're right. There's so many guys in that second round. That's why I think there's a potential too for Carolina to maybe move back in that round, provided it's not too far. Like, they don't want to go jump back from 33 to 58 because they've got two second round picks at 33 and 39. But if you're moving back to, say, 41, 42, to have 39, 41, maybe one in the 50s as well, and then one at 65, there's a chance there for Carolina, for me, being a Panthers fan, to, sort of help rebuild what's there. So
how do you feel about the new coach of the Panthers there saying that if Xavier Legette is on the board at 33, that's their pick?
Well, see, Dave Canales has said that he actually said that to about 50 guys. So he said to these guys, that pretty much, hey, because I think they wanted to see their reaction, how they were going to handle things and all that. To me, I'm not the biggest Xavier Legette fan. I think if the way it falls, either your mock draft or mine, there's other guys that I would prefer at that 33 if they're going wide receiver. But to be honest, there's other players overall that I might prefer. So, if the Panthers wanted to go edge, you've got Adisa Isaac there, who's a potential. We're not sure. I have Chop Robinson going in the first round, but Chop could be available. You could have a cornerback like a Kool-Aid McKinstry. Maybe Nate Wiggins is a potential to be there. You've got Jackson Powers-Johnson potentially as a center. So, there is options there. And, if you do happen to move back, if you're Carolina, there is a chance to maybe pick up Ladd McConkey, Troy Franklin, Keon Coleman. Like, there's these other guys there who I potentially like, maybe a little bit more than Legette. But, I mean, to me, it's one of those things. If they happen to pick Legette, then there's a reason for it. Like, Dave Canales obviously sees him in maybe the Mike Evans type of role that he did so well, with the Bucs last year and things like that. So my last picks there, Johnny Newton to the Packers. 26, I was the same as you. I had Jared Verse going to the Buccaneers. 27, I had the Cardinals taking Nate Wiggins. They need cornerback help. It's a good pick there for them. 28, because of the trade back for the Broncos, where they traded with Philly and then they've traded back again to accumulate more assets to stock the cupboard in Denver. I have the Broncos actually taking Adonai Mitchell there. They're another team. They need a wide receiver. At the moment, it's Cortland Sutton, Marvin Mims. I think Tim Patrick's still on the team, but I can't be certain. Like, there's not a lot there. Yeah. But he's coming off an ACL. I'd just get a guy like just get a guy like him, Adonai Mitchell, onto the team. We're just looking now. Eminem is out on stage with Roger Goodell, two people that I wouldn't have expected to say in the year 2024 and leading off the NFL draft. Vince, I can't believe it. We left Storm Duck out of our first round mock draft. Sorry, Storm, you didn't quite scrape in. So I have 29. I actually have Storm Duck, future Packer. I actually have Kool-Aid going at 29 to the Lions because I could see they could either go edge, they could go corner. There is potential there. I don't mind the idea of looking around what's there. The Lions are one of those teams that don't really have holes. They've got depth pieces that they could add. I mean, I know they got Brian Branch last year, but you could add Kool-Aid to that mix. You could move guys around. They lost Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. So, they might be able to move Brian Branch back to safety, Kool-Aid in, so that to me, I've gone Kool-Aid there because I think it never hurts to have cornerbacks. Never hurts to have more cornerbacks out on the field. So
definitely not, especially in that division as well of what we're expecting to become.
Yeah, so then I have at 30, I've got the Ravens taking Chop Robinson at 30. Chop would be a great pick for the Ravens.
We're on the same wavelength for the Ravens as well.
Yeah, edge rusher. It's one of those things. Chop to me is the set. Like, I really like him. He's maybe not the best out of the three. We've obviously got Verse, Turner, and Latu going before him, but to me, Chop's a guy who just playing his role, playing that like what Jadeveon Clowney played last year. You know, who Jadeveon Clowney, now Carolina Panther, back home in Carolina. But see, there is also actually talk that after the draft, depending on how that shapes out, Carolina might be looking to try and bring back Stephon Gilmore as well, and try and bring him back to Carolina after he was traded there from the Patriots a couple seasons ago, and Matt Rule let him and Hassan Reddick walk for peanuts. So that annoyed me, and I'm clearly over that, as you can tell, that I'm so over them letting those guys go. 31, I've got to the 49ers. This is different than what a lot of people think. 31, I've got Xavier Worthy going 31 to the 49ers. To me, that's a pick to go. We might be, if you're the 49ers, we might be able to move on from a Debo or an Ayuk. But if not, we've got Xavier Worthy here, who could just completely alter the Kyle Shanahan offense by having the guy who's the fastest player in the NFL, or, one of, having him out there to just alter defenses. So to me, I don't know whether it's the best use of resources for the 49ers, but honestly, it wouldn't shock me for them to go, right, we're just picking Xavier Worthy here, just to put him on there and open up our offense. 32, to me, I didn't think another one of the receivers probably should go in the first round at 32. So I've got the Kansas City Chiefs taking Jordan Morgan here, tackle out of Arizona. Could have been Kingsley Suamataia. I'm happy with I'm happy with either. Thanks, Vince. Yes, this is a safe space. As you can tell, I'm clearly over the dealings of what Matt Rule did to this Carolina Panthers team, where they get Hassan Reddick, they let him walk, they trade a fifth for Stephon Gilmore, they let him walk, and then the team went to hell. So yes, as you can tell, I'm totally over it. So that's our mock drafts there. So we're now looking. The Chicago Bears are on the clock. The clock's officially started. There's 9 minutes, 20 seconds. We do know that, unfortunately, the way that this works, the Chicago Bears have already made this pick. They've put it in, but the league has told them, hold on to it. We need to build that little bit of tension, so to speak. Let's get that tension in. We know that they're going to go Caleb Williams. It's an all but gone conclusion. I saw something today. There was a guy in the States who put $10,000 on Caleb Williams to go number one. So his profit for that was $100.
Just makes no sense at all.
To me, in some way, I'm sitting there going, God, I would love it if the Bears went Drake May just to really screw this. Everyone's been so sold on Caleb Williams, but we're looking at some of his highlight.
For the first time in my life, I'd actually have respect for Chicago if they did that, just to troll people.
Look, they're showing the highlights of Caleb Williams here. To me, there's no first overall pick who is going into a better situation that I can remember in a long time than what Caleb Williams is going into here. Because you look at that offense. So if we're just looking at the offense alone, the running backs, you've got DeAndre Swift, you've got Khalil Herbert, Roschon Johnson's on that team. Wide receivers, you've got DJ Moore, you've got Keenan Allen. You've got a pretty decent defense. Like, that trade to get Montez Sweat for a second seemed a bit odd at the time, but Montez played really well and then signed a contract extension. Jalen Johnson, he played really well at quarterback. Like, they've got a really good defense there as well. So
yeah.
And as they said, Vince here's just who did you have the Steelers were taking with their pick?
Amarius Mims.
Yeah, that's it. We both had O-line. I had Graham Barton. You had Mims. But This Chicago team, so, they've added Kevin Byard as well in the safety. Looking at some of their, Jonathan Owens, that they've added to that team. That offensive line isn't necessarily a hole that it was the last couple of years with Justin Fields. They've improved. They've improved that offensive line. They could get better at this draft. Like, I'm not saying there's reasons to pick depth pieces, but to me, with 6 minutes left on the clock, so the Chicago Bears have never had a 4,000-yard passer in their history. There's every chance that Caleb Williams could do that in his rookie season and be the Bears' all-time leading passer in a season. That's not out of the realm of possibility in me saying that, is it?
No, not at all. That's just insane.
It's
Think about that. To think how long they've been around since the get-go.
Yeah.
And to not have a 4,000-yard passer is just ridiculous.
So if we're assuming here that it is Caleb, because that's how it's all going to look, we're seeing everyone sitting in the draft room in Chicago right now. They're all, if anyone else is watching this live, they're over the moon. They're all sitting there. No one's barely moving. I'm not sure if this is a video or a still picture, the way that they're sitting there so nonchalant. But what is it that you like about Caleb and dislike about Caleb?
Just the way he can move and extend plays. Like you said, you're not going to have the time that he's had from USC and from Oklahoma in the NFL. But the fact that he can move the way that he can and still keep his eyes downfield, still have the arm strength to get the ball down the field as well, I just think you're not going to be able to contain him. And yes, the same could have been said about Justin Fields. So there's obviously that concern that Caleb Williams steps in the same sort of situation as him and it doesn't sort of come to fruition the way the Chicago Bears have won. But Justin Fields didn't have the hype around him that Caleb Williams has had. And he doesn't have... He's got a good arm, Justin Fields, but I don't think he had the accuracy needed at the next level coming out of college. So there's a big difference between your accuracy at college and then accuracy coming into the NFL. I just think Caleb Williams has been that guy, and he's known he's been that guy. He's been on some awful teams in college, and he's still been able to put up incredible numbers, extend the plays the way he has, and just, I think it's a no-brainer going number one. If you pass up on Caleb, I don't like generational talent sort of conversation, but if they pass up on Caleb Williams and he turns out to be as good as everyone sort of expects him to be, Chicago fans are never going to forgive them. Like, how do you be a Chicago Bears fan and go, okay, all the talk about taking Mitchell Trubisky over Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes wasn't what he is now when he was coming out of college.
No, exactly.
There were massive doubts about his ability, like the way he transitioned to the NFL. But you look back, they chose Trubisky. Mahomes is there now doing what he's doing. If they pass over on Caleb Williams, Bears fans will absolutely riot.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
So he's, locked in as the pick. The minute they had the number one pick, it was always going to be the pick. They were never going to trade out of this and run with Justin Fields. You just can't pass up Caleb Williams.
So we're just seeing here the pick is in, but Joel Klatt at the moment on NFL Network's talking. They're obviously talking about Caleb. Caleb's only taken one visit with a team, and that's Chicago. So to me, that just shows what his thing is. Look, Caleb's not without faults. He does sort of hold the ball a little bit too far away from his body at times, whether he's running in the pocket. You know, sometimes he gets stuck on a read too long. Sometimes he tries to throw for the home run ball instead of trying to get the simple crosser or something like that. But to me, that's all fixable things. Like when you've got Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, Gerald Everett, I'm not really going to say Cole Kmet because I don't think that Cole Kmet's really in a bit at tight end. But that to me is where, you know, it's stuff that you can teach out of him. So Goodell is here up on the podium and he's announcing the pick. And it is Caleb Williams out of USC, as we all thought. A no-brainer.
Yeah.
Yes, Benny is all over it. We'll just rely on Benny. We don't need to watch it. Let Benny just tell us every pick that comes in so we can react to it. But like I said, you're right. He's very Mahomes and Rodgers-like in the sense of, you know, the unthinkable plays that you think, okay, no, they shouldn't do this. He does it. Like,
Yeah.
It's one of those things you're like, okay, no, Caleb, don't run to the right, throw across your body on, like back across to the left side of the field and hit your receiver. That's probably not a smart idea. But as you mentioned, he was playing at USC where they didn't have the talent that this Chicago Bears team is going to have. Like, there's just guys everywhere for the Bears here. Like we've mentioned, DJ Moore, one of my favorite players in the NFL. Obviously back from his days in Carolina. But then you've got the ever steady Keenan Allen who can work out the slot and just be your safety blanket, the way he was with Justin Herbert. Like, there's a reason why Keenan Allen has some of the most 15-plus receptions or 12-plus receptions in the history of the NFL. It's because he's that guy who just gets open when you need him to. He's not super quick.
Yeah.
He's got the route running. He's got the releases to get him out. And if you're Caleb, like we've said, you could not be walking into a better situation. Is this absolutely heartbreaking for me as a Panthers fan who had this pick when they traded it away to move up and get Bryce Young? Yes. Because if you're looking at Carolina, even if they'd stayed, this is my thing. We've mentioned this before, but as I mentioned to you, I did not like the trade when it happened. It wasn't the fact that they moved up to number one. They took Bryce. To me, it's the fact that they gave up the talent so early. And draft day, they might have been able to move up a little, like 3 picks to get their quarterback. And it could have been Anthony Richardson as opposed to going Bryce. I like the way that Bryce, I do think that Bryce could be a good quarterback. It was just the actual trade I did not like.
Yeah. No, 100%. Yeah.
But, you know, even if they'd managed to get Bryce at a later pick and then they had the first round pick here for this year and they go, okay, we feel like we're set at our quarterback with Bryce Young, number one overall, they could have auctioned that pick up and got an absolute haul bigger than what the Bears got last year. And then, you know, Carolina also too would have had DJ Moore on the team for someone to throw the ball to, Bryce to throw the ball to. So any thoughts on Caleb there to the Bears? Any more thoughts before they move on to the Commanders on the clock?
As a Packers fan, I guess it's time for me to start hating Caleb Williams. So yeah.
You're not going to like seeing him twice a year, are you?
No, I'm not at all. It's going to be exciting to watch, but it's not going to be exciting going up against him because, like I said, I think he's a better player than Justin Fields. So we'll see how it goes. That's why I think the Packers, and like we said in the mock draft as well, the Lions just sort of load up on defensive picks as well because that division is going to start lighting it up as well with the young quarterbacks. We don't even know what Minnesota are doing yet at quarterback, so it's going to be fun.
To be honest, we still don't even know what the Commanders are doing at 2. So at the moment, we're both 1 for 1 in our mocks. So we are absolutely killing it. Yeah, we're done. Vince, we're in agreement. Vince has said here, I think they've got the right mix of receivers to work with his flair and uniqueness. I think you're right. They just extend the plays. Vince, Bryce is going to be a good pro. The problem is not having a good enough bridge quarterback in their building to hold it down while they build the trenches. I actually think they do. They've got Andy Dalton, who is their bridge quarterback sort of thing. I think the problem was just the weapons. Like Adam Thielen, he played well. DJ Chark was hit and miss, but the problem actually ended up being they had a really good offensive line the year before, but in game 1, they lost their left guard for the season. Their starting right guard was on the IR for half the season, came back, played about 3 games, then ended up on the IR. Ike Ekwonu actually took a step back this year, and they just had a rotating cast of offensive linemen. Like, this is how bad it was. The guy who ended up starting about 3 or 4 games at left guard was Calvin Throckmorton, which is a name who a lot of people probably have never heard, Calvin Throckmorton. He got cut from the Saints, and the Panthers picked him up as a waiver claim. They started him for 4 games, and then he was that bad, they went, do you know what? We're just not even benching you. We're cutting you. So that's how bad he actually was. So,
You feel bad for Bryce because he didn't step into a good position at all.
No,
it was really hard for him from the start.
that's why trading away DJ Moore was such a kick in the teeth for Panthers fans.
Yeah.
Like there was talk, and especially too now that they've traded away Brian Burns this year. It was the Chicago Bears were asking for either DJ Moore or Brian Burns, and the Panthers went, take DJ. We've got a really good defense with Brian Burns. We want to sign him after passing up 2 first-round picks for Brian Burns, and yeah, now they've traded him for a couple of second and a 5th rounder or something like that. So
Yeah. Who knows? In a couple years' time, Panthers fans could be looking back going, you know what? Forget about that trade. Bryce Young is our guy for his whole career.
Exactly.
And nothing before that matters.
And maybe it was one of those things that he needed to have such a terrible rookie season in a situation. So they got Frank Reich and those guys out of the building to bring in Dave Canales, bring him in and bring his new philosophy, his offense, because that Frank Reich's offense has just seemed to be the exact same for, a million years. So, yes, Vince, you better put Caleb on the block in your Dynasty League. You'll get an absolute fortune. So, but we can see here that the Commanders have their pick is in. So, this will be interesting. You've got Drake May going here. I've got Jaden Daniels. So, this will be interesting. Obviously, by the fact the pick is in, the Commanders haven't traded out. So, there was talk that they might try and trade out, but to me, that just seemed ridiculous to trade out this situation. If you need a quarterback, you don't mess with trading out, then trying to trade back up and things like that. So we are seeing here Roger Goodell walk to the podium to make the pick. So we shall see where they go here. Jaden Daniels, LSU. So it was Jaden Daniels. So I am 2 for 2 in my mock.
So all the talk, it didn't change. They said what they were going to do, and they did it. Well, they didn't say what they're going to do, but yeah.
See, to me, I would have, if it was me, I probably would have picked Drake May, but I can see the thought process behind Jaden Daniels. So give me your thoughts about Jaden Daniels, the 2023 Heisman Trophy winner out of LSU.
So the major concern about Jaden Daniels, other than his size, because there's not much to him. So he's going to need to bulk up a little bit in the NFL to take some of the hits that he's obviously going to take because he's a scrambling quarterback. So that's a concern to start off the bat. But I think he'll be able to put on a bit of bulk, as you see other quarterbacks do as well.
Yeah.
The other concern is that he came out his freshman year and he had a good season. And then the next 2 seasons after that, he didn't really take a massive step, that it seems. And obviously COVID year and all that sort of thing makes it difficult. Transferring from Arizona State. And then this year he just went ballistic and lit up the college league, the SEC. And it was deserving of the Heisman. He's electric to watch. He can do it all. There's some of the throws that he hasn't been making in college that you need to make in the NFL. But that goes for every quarterback this year.
Yeah.
Like none of the quarterbacks this year were that perfect prospect, even Caleb Williams. So
No.
The upside to Jaden Daniels, I think, could be on a par with Caleb Williams, to be honest, if he puts it all together.
My thought is, so friend of the show, The Ringers, Danny Heifetz, actually asked Jaden at the Combine, like, are you going to try and protect yourself a little bit more in the NFL based off of how you've been playing in college? Because everyone's seen the video of Jaden Daniels being absolutely destroyed trying to leap over a linebacker and being hit and sent, like, just absolutely poleaxed. And his thought process, back to Danny Heifetz, and this has just made me laugh, his thought process was, well, God's got me here this far. Why should I change? Now, that's what concerns me. Like, if you're a quarterback in the NFL and you're facing these guys, like, to me, one of them that I'm thinking is, okay, you're running down the sideline. Coming the other way is Minkah Fitzpatrick.
Yeah.
Or it's, I guess you could say, like, a TJ Watt or a Micah Parsons or someone like that. They're coming the other way. I'm probably at his size. I am probably worried that he is going to get lit up
Yeah.
there.
And we've seen him get lit up in college. Like some of the hits he took in college were massive. Like we saw the one where he was hurtling over a guy on the ground and he just got axed. But he gets back up from it as well. So, I mean, there's an ability in being able to take a hit. And he seems to have that, whereas some other players don't. Like they'll take a hit and then they'll stay down. He doesn't seem to be like that, which you don't want him taking those hits, but you want to sort of coach it out of him to start sliding as well.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that I would like to see personally from him is, to me, he's too quick to run from the pocket. Like he's an elite runner. Like he's in that Lamar, Michael Vick type of mold with the running ability. But to me, for him to just, it sort of looks like first read's not there, bam, I'm just getting straight out, I'm on the run. So, like, I don't know if that's going to, like, sometimes it's like just, you need to sit in there just that little bit longer, just that tad longer for it to work. And if you do that, you've got the spot there. So,
especially in the NFL, you're going to have routes that need to take that time to develop.
Yeah.
And you need to be able to sit back there.
Yeah. So we're just looking here. The New England Patriots, the pick is actually in. So New England is staying in here at 3, which is sort of what we were hearing. Unless they got an absolutely overwhelming offer to move out of 3, New England was always going to stick and pick here. So to me,
the Vikings aren't looking to trade up with Drake May there.
That's what I sort of thought. To me, I think this is where Drake May goes. I reckon what's probably happened, if the Vikings were actually going after Drake May, to me, it's something they've rung New England and they've gone, here's 11, 23, maybe a second round pick next year or a third round pick this year as well, something like that. And New England's gone, okay, we want 11, 23, we want your first round pick next year. We either want a first round pick the year after or a second round pick. Like they've gone into that and said, hey, we are not moving back unless we get a whole of a lifetime to move. And to me, that's sort of where I'm thinking that they sit. So we are just seeing Goodell walk up to the podium now. So Goodell is here. And I think they are going with quarterback here. So Drake May, it is.
Yeah.
There, which makes sense. So, yeah, I mean, to me, this is a guy everyone's talking about he needs to sit. To me, probably the only one who really should start straight away is, to me, is Caleb. Everyone else probably should sit. Washington aren't in that position to have, well, they've got Marcus Mariota there, but I wouldn't want to put Jaden Daniels behind Marcus Mariota.
No.
Drake May is actually in the perfect position. The New England Patriots signed Jacoby Brissett in the offseason to be their bridge quarterback. So Jacoby can start the year. He can play the few games, let Drake get accustomed. But it's also one of those things, you get into training camp, preseason games, and Drake May really starts to show out. And if that's the case, just get him started straight away. It doesn't preclude him from starting, but they're in a better position to me to start Jacoby and let Drake sit behind him.
Yeah. And the Patriots aren't in any position to be challenging for a division at the moment either.
Yeah.
So they've just got the new head coach. Like they can take a little bit of time, which I think they need to do with Drake May. So, and that'll be best for his future as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. So, I mean, my concerns with Drake May are just, he's a little bit reckless with some of his throws. He's another guy who's looking for the home run ball most of the time, but maybe that is something to do with the lack of talent that UNC had. Yes, they had Tez Walker there, who early on in this process was talked about as maybe a first-round wide receiver, but the more we've got into the process, the more that we've realised that Tez Walker's probably not going to be picked in this first round. But maybe that is like, it's something to me that this can be coached out of a guy, and that's where Jacoby to me is a really good person who you can sit there and you can go, okay, watch Jacoby start, see how he goes for the safest hits first. But if you do see a long pass open up, like, feel free to let loose. It's not, we're not telling you not to, but just always be cognizant of the open receiver underneath. So
Yeah, exactly. You got, like, in the NFL, you got to take what the defenses give you.
yeah,
So-
exactly. So
Arizona, what do they do here? Surely
I think they go Marvin Harrison. To
They
me,
have
it
to,
just makes the
surely.
most sense.
Yeah.
Vince here saying he's fully expecting Washington to trade back into the top half of the first round and pick up one of these elite tackles inside guys. That would be big if they trade up. They'd have to give up a lot to move up. I could see them trading back into the first round. I'd be interested to see what they'd have to give up to move back into the top half.
Yeah, the top half would be a massive move.
That would
But-
be like a first rounder next year, second round this year, probably even next year, second rounder, or maybe something in the year after potentially.
Yeah. But new ownership, who knows what they'll do?
Yeah, exactly. It's not out of the question. I do think it would take a lot to get them to move back up in that top half. I could see them moving back up into the 20s. Like, that 24 to 20, like 29, 30 range. I could see them trying to move back up into there because of just based off of the, who could be around at that stage, maybe what they're there. But one thing I have to say I'm quite happy with, I'm 3 for 3 in my mock draft so far. So you're 1.5 out of 3 because you've got
You went a bit chalk with what we were hearing, and it worked out.
Yeah.
Which
Well,
is
the
always
Cardinals are sticking here. The pick is in. Let's see, what's Vince said here? They got 36-40 and a few extra picks next year too. So yeah, it could be possible if you had to give up 36-40, maybe a first rounder next year to move back up in the top half. I also wouldn't be surprised if it was, say, someone like maybe the Broncos or something, for instance, if they were trying to move up into that far. That would have to be one of those 36-40 first and second.
Broncos looking at a quarterback. If you get 36 and 40 for Washington to move up to pick 12, as far as I'm concerned, Denver can still get Bo Nix at pick 36.
Yeah.
So it could be something they look at there.
Yeah. That sort of was my thoughts along this as well. But I think we're both in agreement here. To me, this is Marvin Harrison for me. We've just seen, all I've seen so far is that the pick is in, and I'm seeing Goodell now is walking out to the stage.
Fits a need. The players, absolute quality. You can't pick anyone other than Marvin Harrison Jr. here.
Let's see here. Yeah, as expected, Marvin Harrison Jr. It makes a lot of sense when you look at their receivers at the moment. Their receivers, it's Greg Dortch, it's Michael Wilson, that's it. Like, they've moved Rondale Moore on. Like, there's not anything there that, like, Marquise Brown. I'm not calling him Hollywood. Marquise Brown has moved on to Kansas City. There's a glaring need, and you've got the best receiver in this draft. And there was some talk from some people saying, okay, well, if his name was Fred Harrison instead of Marvin Harrison Jr., he wouldn't be regarded this highly. That's so not true. Like, regardless of, he could be called, Fred Jones. He would still be the best wide receiver in this class. He's just elite in everything. The only thing he's probably not elite at is yards after the catch. Like, he's not a huge yak. He's not a huge yak guy, but I'm building my team. Like now you've got Kyler Murray, who's got his two main weapons now. It's Marvin Harrison Jr. and it's Trey McBride. Can you actually walk away with someone better than that?
No, they're in a top spot now. Like you get Kyler Murray back another year healthy. You get, like you said, Trey McBride really came on last year.
Yeah.
You get Marvin Harrison Jr. now, and it opens up Michael Wilson as well, who I really like.
Yeah.
So,
but
yeah,
I like
think
him
they're
as
in a really good spot.
I like Michael Wilson as a 2 or a 3, not as a number 1 option.
Yeah.
I
100%.
like Greg Dortch, but to me, Arizona is a team that's got so many picks that it makes sense as well. You could have Arizona could double dip or even triple dip in this draft with so many picks at the wide receiver position and build out that team.
There's quality players that'll be available in 3rd, 4th round as well.
What if Arizona, they've got a second first round pick here. They could, that's where they could address a defensive player or offensive line or something like that. But the 2nd, 3rd rounds, you could go for guys like a Keon Coleman, a Troy Franklin, your Malachi Corleys, your Roman Wilsons. You've got these guys that you could throw in there, Ricky Pearsall, who really could round out that wide receiving core and make Kyler Murray, this. Because that Arizona team, once Kyler came back, they were a feisty little team. They weren't like, okay, they're world beaters, but they were tough.
No, they still need a lot of work.
Team.
Yeah, they weren't the easy beats that you kind of expected.
Yeah. So to me, it's just, he is by far and away the right pick here.
Like you said, you've got the top 4 in the right order. We had the same players. We had the same players. This now is where the draft starts.
Yeah.
For me, like we knew who was going top 4, essentially.
We knew the players. I got them right. I got the quarterbacks right. But I think if I was the GM of Washington, I would have had them in your order. Like I would have taken Drake May 2nd if it was me personally as the GM.
This is where the chaos can start happening, I think.
Yeah. Because to me, it's one of those things. If LA stays put, it should be a offensive lineman here. You could go Malik Neighbors, but to me, it's just I would want to protect Justin Herbert. And we know that Jim Harbaugh is a run-first type of guy. I want them to, if I was them, I'd be wanting an offensive line who can protect, but also open up the space for your running back. But, if they stick here, to me, it's a tackle. But I think they should be trying to get in touch with, or Minnesota should be trying to get in touch with them because there is reports that the New York Giants are looking at JJ McCarthy.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if that will happen, but there are reports that it could.
Yeah.
So
you hear enough where if you're Minnesota, you're sitting there going, okay, we don't want to miss out on this. And to Vince's point there, the Chargers, like you're saying, get an offensive tackle. They don't need a left tackle. And Joe Alt is purely, I think, as far as I'm concerned, a left tackle. Yeah. So are they going to take Joe Alt here and move him to a right tackle? I don't move him to a position he hasn't played. I don't think so. So to Vince's point, JC Latham, I can 100% see the Chargers looking at him.
But he's a pure right tackle.
Do you need to pick him with a top 5 pick? So this is where things line up for what the Chargers should be looking at doing and also for what the Vikings should be looking to do. So that's why all the talk has been those two as their perfect trade partners.
Because you look at because I'm looking at their depth chart now. So you've got Rashawn Slater at left tackle. He, to me, is a really good, I'm not going to say elite, but he's right up there. He's bordering on that for me. Like, he's a really good left tackle.
And you're not going to move him.
No. They're set at left guard. They've got Zion Johnson. So another guy. They're set on that left-hand side of the line. They've got Corey Linsley as their center, but he's had some injury concerns. I did hear at certain points there was talk that maybe he could be another one of these guys who could be retiring. But then their backup, they've got Bradley Bozeman there, who he actually was pretty good for. He didn't suit the Carolina scheme last year that Frank Reich was running, but the year before when they brought him in, he was a fit for that type of offense, or running that power running type of offense, sort of a la Jim Harbaugh, what he wants, hence why Bradley Bozeman's there. Then you look at the right side of the line. You've got Jamari Salyer as their right guard, and you've got Trey Pipkins. It doesn't fill me with a lot of hope and optimism and go, yeah, I'm set on that right-hand side of the line. So to me, JC Latham, he has that profile. He could step in and be, even if they really like, just saying, okay, they really like Trey Pipkins as their right tackle. I'd bring JC Latham in and move him to guard then. Or, it gives you that option then. You bring in JC Latham, you might be able to move Trey Pipkins to guard. You might be able to have Jamari Salyer stay there, but Pipkins becomes your swing tackle or whatever. So to me, JC Latham should, this is a surprise. The LA Chargers, the pick is in. They haven't traded out. That's what I'm shocked at. I thought the Chargers might have moved out here to accumulate more.
This is going to be interesting.
So Vince has got here Latham's perfect run first scheme. Surely they could grab him at 11 though, right? That depends. There are teams like New Orleans could be trying to move up to 8 or 9 to try and grab a guy like a JC Latham there. So there is potential he could have been available at 11. In our mocks, we both had him around that sort of range. But, I'm surprised by this. I would have thought that the Chargers needed a little bit more in their team. So I would have been trading back myself to try and accumulate a little bit more draft capital.
Maybe Minnesota weren't willing to move up that far.
Maybe Minnesota actually is really happy with Sam Darnold as their quarterback.
I hope they are.
Yes, this is juicy Vince, because
So do they go offensive tackle or do they go wide receiver?
I think they've got to go offensive tackle. Because to me, this is another team. They've got picks in the following rounds. Like, I know that you've got Rome Odunze, Malik Neighbors here, but and they're elite. But how big is the drop-off between, say, a JC Latham at right tackle and then a tackle they can pick up in the second round? Is that a bigger drop-off from there than it is from, say, Rome Odunze to Troy Franklin? Like, how big is the difference? That's what I guess you've got to look at. Like, how big is the difference between those two people?
Here we go.
Here's Goodell walking to. And Roger Goodell was hurt. He's had back surgery recently. That's why a lot of people are being a little bit more careful with him. That's why he's walking a lot slower. So they're not. We might not see any of the big, huge hugs.
Oh,
whoa. Whoa.
Okay.
That is not what we expected. I mean, I know he was the number one tackle on the team, on the board, but
so
they're obviously just going to move into right.
Best player available and for the need they want and see where they can fit them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, it makes sense in this. You go, okay, I want just the best players available. But my God, I was not expect. That's a bit of a shock to me, just based off of the fact that I was expecting.
Yeah,
I was actually expecting a trade back and then JC Latham, but I wasn't expecting Joel there.
Well, that changes things for Tennessee as well, because I've had Joel to Tennessee every single time.
Yeah, I had
so every see how they work it out.
And the crazy thing is too, so Daniel Jeremiah, with his last mock that he did, he had the Chargers staying at 5 but taking JC Latham. Now, Daniel Jeremiah does Chargers commentary on their radio broadcast. So here's a guy who's as plugged in as anyone to the Chargers. And even he had them taking JC Latham.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, then. I mean, it's a good pick. like for player wise,
Mm.
just position wise, it makes things very interesting there.
Well, now this is where to me now this is the insane part. What do the Giants do here? Because everyone had the Vikings here already taking JJ McCarthy. A lot of people had the Giants were trying to get involved to try and look at maybe moving up to get quarterback or something like that. So Vince has got here that Joe Alt is clear tier above the rest of the tackle class, can certainly shift over to right tackle for a year or two. I think if he's moving over to right tackle, it's going to be more than a year or two because I rate Rashawn Slater so highly.
Yeah, you want those two locked in long term.
Mm. And then he's got, this is bad for the Bengals. For Shanu off to Tennessee now. If the Jets go OT as well, they might have to go corner. The Bengals might have to look at moving up if they want a corner. So you've got the Giants on the clock here at pick 6. I had them taking Rome Odunze. But with JJ McCarthy on the board and the pick is in now for the Giants, where do you see them going here?
Oh, look,
because at the moment, the quarterback situation for the Giants, you've got Daniel Jones being paid $40-odd million this year, and then
they can get out of his contract after this year, though.
Yeah, but then they've also brought in Drew Lock.
issue.
Then they brought in Drew Lock as well.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Drew Lock's a long-term starter, but would they pick a quarterback here, knowing that they've got two guys there already who could start? Do they go offensive line, which is still a potential? They could go offensive line. I would have thought they'd go wide receiver here, but that pick of Joe Alt has thrown me now for the rest of the draft already. I was not expecting this whatsoever.
For me, I don't trust Daniel Jones at all. But I don't know if they can just come out and pick JJ McCarthy here. I'd pick Malik Neighbors still and see what you can get out of Daniel Jones with a really good weapon.
Mm.
And see what you can do with him this year. And if it doesn't work out, you just get out of his contract next year and reboot.
We're about to see, because Goodell's walking to the stadium now.
Oh, this could go anywhere. So there's been no trades in the top 6 picks.
No.
No one saw that coming, surely. Oh, yeah.
Malik Neighbors.
Yeah.
Malik Neighbors out of LSU. It's a solid pick. To me, it was between either Neighbors or Odunze. I had Odunze going there just because there was some chatter around that they liked Odunze better. But, I mean, to me, either one of them, there's no bad pick there out of those two guys.
No. Okay, so they're going to run with Daniel Jones for the year or for half a year, however long he's healthy.
Yeah.
So see if they talk about he had a good year, 2 years ago. It wasn't that good of a year. He just ran a lot and they won games. As a quarterback, passing the ball, he wasn't good. So I think it's a little bit of a vote of confidence in him, but also they'll know they can get out of it in a year's time and restart.
Yeah. Wow. Well, now.
So Minnesota are going to be able to sit there and do exactly what I said they should have been doing and just sitting back and not trading up.
Well, it works for Minnesota. They then get 2 first-round picks. They've got 11 and 23, which they're set sort of on offense with their guys, but it's not a terrible thing to do to be able to start looking at defensive players at that spot. Actually, that's not a bad shout out there, Vince. Giants will take Spencer Rattler at some point. That's not a bad shout. I don't mind that, actually. That's
Spencer Rattler in that New York marketplace. Oh my god,
it's not a bad shout there at all, Vince. I don't mind that. because he would give
Spencer
you
Rattler's going to be really interesting this draft.
Spencer Rattler gives you a bit of that. To me, he gives you a bit of that Daniel Jones maneuverability. He can move. I'm not saying he's the best at it, but he's got a far
With a
better
worse
arm than
attitude.
Daniel. He's got a far better arm.
I
Although
think
there's a lot of people saying, though, who were at the combine and everything, he actually is a lot different than early on in his career.
Yeah,
like
I
his
think
college
he's
career.
had that
matured a
reputation.
fair lot.
Yeah, the reputation has stayed with him, which is unfair from what I've seen the last couple of years.
Yeah, it's from his high school days and being on the Netflix show, the Quarterback One, Under the Lights, where they followed the top high school prospects around.
Yeah.
He was on that. He got a really bad reputation because he also got suspended by his high school team for the last game of the season for a matter that they didn't disclose on there. So that makes you worry a little bit in terms of there. But so just thinking about Malik Neighbors here. So we'll just quickly go to Malik here and talk about him. If there was no Marvin Harrison Jr. in this class, Malik Neighbors is the wide receiver one to me.
Yep.
He's just got an insanely high floor. He's got just quickness. Is there anything that you can say badly about Malik Neighbors?
No, and there's a reason why a lot of draft people had him over Marvin Harrison Jr. even as the number one guy. So, yeah, he's an excitement machine. He's going to be fun to watch. They just got to get him the ball.
They absolutely have to.
Yeah, Daniel Jones didn't have that really elite level type of wide receiver the last few years. So can Neighbors make that much of a difference to Daniel Jones' play as well?
Well, they've got no one there. Like, it's Wan'Dale Robinson. It's I'm blanking. Darius Slayton. It's these guys who
Hyatt, just
yeah. There's possibility Rome could drop a bit now. There is. I think though that there's a chance that a team might trade up to maybe get Rome.
Hopefully he doesn't go to the Bears. I don't want this. Come on.
That's the other thing. The Bears may now stick because there's a chance they could get Rome. The Titans here could take Rome Odunze.
They could as well, yeah.
Even though they've signed Calvin Ridley, they've got DeAndre Hopkins, but Hopkins is a free agent at the end of the year. Like it's not inconceivable.
They need to protect Will Levis, which is why I had them go on Joe Alt every single time. But the Chargers obviously threw a bit of a spanner there.
This could be a JC Latham pick. This could be Olu Fashanu. This could be a Troy Fautanu pick. Their first round pick last year was Peter Skoronski. Skoronski's played the year at left guard. You know, you could, like, he was drafted as a tackle, but I think he, just based on his arm length and stuff, a lot of people projected him to move inside to guard. Maybe that's where they see him best. But the thing is, too, they have one of the best offensive line coaches in the NFL in Brian Callahan. Bill Callahan, sorry. Yeah. Brian Callahan's his son, who's the head coach. But Bill Callahan. So, you know, they've gone to an ad break, but this is just the Joe Alt pick has completely thrown me.
Yeah,
I never once envisioned the Chargers going Joe Alt because it just didn't seem to me to make sense when you had
to work, yeah.
But as Vince mentioned earlier in the chat, like it makes a lot of sense just because they're going, you know what, we're not going to go best fit for the team. We're going best player available. So for them, if they thought the best player on their board was Joe Alt there, like I can't fault them for that because we always say to people, like when we talk about the draft and the teams, we always want the teams to go, okay, let's not just draft a guy here because he fits best in our team. Go the best player available and we'll make it work. And then when they don't do that, we get pissed at them for not going best player available. And now the Chargers have just gone, do you know what? It fills a need and it's best player available for us, so we're taking him. It just makes a lot of sense. And Vince, I agree with you. Fashanu is underrated, but he has sort of dropped a little bit in this process. There's other guys who've jumped up ahead of him. So, you know, it
just shows how good the top of this offensive line class is.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. I couldn't. There's talk that maybe a quarter of this first round is offensive linemen. And you sort of go, really? 8 offensive linemen? But if we go back and you look at our drafts, like we're in with a shot of that.
Yeah, exactly. It's damn close to it. So
let me see. How many offensive tackles did I have in mind? I had 1, 2, 3, 4. I had 9 offensive linemen in the first round of my mock draft, which is more than just over a quarter of the first round. So it's not inconceivable. It's a shock.
Yeah, I had 9 as well. So
yeah, so we've both ended up with 9, and it could actually get to 10 or more, just depending on teams and things like that. But
yeah,
not what I expected at all.
All right, so
Vince had 11 in his mock draft as well. So and do you know what? As much as I sit there and think, oh, that's not, that seems a bit far fetched. It's actually not.
No, well, Jordan Morgan was sitting outside of ours. He could go late first.
I had Jordan Morgan in mind.
You had yours. You had him.
I didn't have Kingsley Suamataia.
Yeah,
there's other guys in there who could potentially have gone, go in there as well. But so Goodell's coming to the stage now.
So what are we thinking here? Do we think JC Latham,
line.
or do we think
that would be my next thought is JC Latham?
Yeah.
So let's see.
Yeah.
JC Latham makes sense. Really good tackle out of Alabama.
So realistically, the pick there was going to be Joe Alt, and then the Chargers said, "No, bad luck."
Yeah. Let's see. What's the Tennessee Titans depth chart? Who's on their offensive line? I'm just going to have a look at that. So you give me your thoughts about JC Latham while I look that up.
I think he's just a massive road grader. It would have been good to see him there for Derrick Henry, to be honest, just for the size and the sheer power overpowering the defensive players. But yeah, you just chuck him out at right tackle. He can anchor that line for years to come. So, that's a really good pick. And obviously, there 2 sacks allowed in 970 pass block snaps. Like for a guy his size, to not give up sacks as well is massive.
Yeah.
So
I've got the depth chart here at the moment is Nicholas Petit-Ferrer at left tackle. It's Peter Skoronski at left guard. They signed Lloyd Cushenberry from Denver as center. They've got Daniel Brunskill who was at the 49ers, and they got Dylan Radens as their right tackle. So to me, JC Latham
again.
Oh, he did not look pleased with that. But to me, so JC Latham, big boy, huge fella. Have I got his measurables here?
6'5", 3 or almost 6'6", 342.
Yeah, big fella, big boy.
Yeah. Monster.
Yeah.
Oof.
But so Roger's probably not pleased, but looking there are things about JC Latham that you could say might cause a little bit of concern. Sometimes he oversets on his pass blocking. His run game potentially is a little lacking at times in consistency. But, these are all things you've got, as we mentioned, he also had a lot of penalties. I'm looking at something here. He combined for 18 penalties over his 2 seasons as a starter, including 7 false starts and 6 holding. He did also play left tackle in high school, but he didn't play a single snap of left tackle in college. He has that spot. He played with Bryce Young, as we're seeing on the highlights here. So he's got the talent, and obviously to be a starter with Nick Saban as your coach, you've obviously got to have some talent there. But it's just there's things that a lot of these offensive linemen to me all have minor flaws, but all stuff that is teachable at the next level.
Oh yeah, easy.
And I think
it's only little things that need to be cleaned up.
Yeah, and having a guy like a Bill Callahan there to work on that, to me, that's like a, that's a guy who I want to draft a tackle and put on that offensive line. Because if Will Levis is your quarterback of the future and you're Tennessee, you need to keep him upright and you need to keep him there as much as possible. You don't want him being picked up every second play by his offensive lineman, picking his ass up off the ground because he's been hit. And you want a guy like that there to protect him. So it, to me, it's a great pick.
Yeah, I'll be more than happy if I'm a Titans fan.
Yeah, we'll see. Now this opens it up. Atlanta at 8. Do they stick and pick here? Do they look for a trade potentially? Because you could see the Jets maybe wanting to move up to potentially take a guy like Rome Odunze. You could see the Colts, the Rams potentially trying to move up for a guy like a Brock Bowers, maybe to get in that range. Like there is a lot of avenues here where this could be a trade up into this spot here. And just as I say that,
Falcons aren't trading out either. Yeah,
the pick is in, so this will be interesting here. I think they could go a Byron Murphy here.
Will be good to see. I don't think they can go offensive weapon again in the top 10, surely.
I wouldn't have thought so.
Be hard to pass up Rome, though.
Well, I don't think it's sort of like, I mean, they've got Kyle Pitts, they've got Drake London, they signed Darnell Mooney. I think, to me, they're a guy, you can't go. So this will be the third year in a row that Terry Fontenot would then pick an offensive weapon in the top 10 of the draft.
You go Drake London, Kyle Pitts, Dan Robinson.
After 4 years in a row, yeah. So if he picked an offensive player here, it's surprising. I think they go defensive here.
It hasn't changed for me defensively. It'd be funny to see, though, because like the players that are available here, you'd love to have normally. But just based on the picks they've had recent years, I can't see him doing it again.
So Vince has said here he's expecting the Colts to jump the Jets for Bowers or Rome. I think that is a potential too, but I would have thought it would have been around this spot and maybe Chicago traded out as well. But the Falcons are on the clock, are on here. The pick is in and Goodell is at the podium. Michael Penix Jr.?
What the hell?
Whoa.
What the hell?
What?
Okay, well, there's our first major shock for the day.
Whoa.
At no point did anyone even mention
I saw
to the Falcons.
I saw one person. I want to see if I can find it. There was one person I saw who, in a passing, said, "Oh, the Falcons have a slight interest in Penix."
That's insane.
And wow, that I did not. Jesus. Vince is just laughing in the comments and had the same reaction to us. What?
They've just got Kirk Cousins, who, like, you think he's got 4 or 5 years at least.
I mean, granted, you could potentially get out of Kirk's contract after the second year, and I mean,
they're going to have to now.
But wow. Oh,
so
man.
Michael Penix Jr. is what, 20, almost 24? He's going to be 24 during the season.
Yeah. Vince here. I don't understand, guys. I'm confused and a bit scared. That's a bit.
By the time he's going to be the starter, he's going to be at least 26.
Yeah, closer to 26. That's just
26, 27.
Wow. Betty in the chat. I expected that kind of pick from the Packers, not the Falcons.
Can we boot someone from the chat? Is that allowed?
and then he's followed up and he said he's the same age as Kirk.
Chicago now have the pick of Rome Odunze and Brock Bowers. So
to me, it's not Bowers.
He's going to be calling them, surely.
It's not Bowers. No, and also too, just for anyone also listening, this has now set a record. So prior to this year, the most number of offensive players picked with the first, the most number of offensive players picked in a row in the first round was 7 in the 2021 draft, and that was ruined by the Panthers taking JC Horn at 8. We've now had 8 players in a row, and Penix was the biggest surprise out of all of them. I was expecting, and the Bears have got the pickers in for the Bears. The Bears are going to pick a Doomsday, aren't they?
I'm hating my life right now. My favourite players are going to my all love Benny.
All love Benny.
My favourite
And
players
Bowers
in
to the
this
bank.
are going to the worst team possible.
I'm not sure if Bowers will make it to the Bengals, Vince. I think they're going to have to trade up, but holy shit. Do you know what? Do you know what would be I think the most insane pick coming up after the Bears here is the Jets are on the clock and the Jets decide to draft JJ McCarthy to have him sit behind Aaron Rodgers and completely screw over the Minnesota Vikings. That would cause the most chaos.
I mean, that'd be funny because if that happens, the last time that happened to Rodgers, he won 2 MVPs.
Yeah, exactly. Just a little bit about Penix before we move on. I wasn't expecting Penix to go here.
No, we kind of just brushed him off at the moment.
I think that the injury concerns are the biggest thing. That's probably, he's had.
To me, they're overblown, though, because the last 2 years he hasn't been injured.
No, but he still had 4 season-ending injuries. Because he's a 6-year senior. It's just,
It still makes absolutely no sense to me, but...
No, I think, a lot of people saying he's accurate. I don't think he's as accurate as what people are expecting, and they're saying. He's probably got a rocket arm.
Yeah, he's probably got the best pure arm in the draft, just from power standpoint. But if they're going to take quarterback there to sit behind Kirk Cousins, I don't understand how it wasn't JJ McCarthy for them.
No. Well, Goodell's just walking to the stage now for the Bears. I'm thinking they might go Rome, but I could also be surprised with a guy like a Byron Murphy here as well.
Screw you, Bears! I hate
Rome Odunze. I'm sorry. Well, we saw the photos on Caleb Williams' Instagram where he said
good for that exchange.
He's taken the picture with Rome and he's done the whole, hey guys, can you believe it? I'm a big fan. Rome Odunze's on the same flight as me. And I mean, there was a lot of people talking early on that the trade to get Keenan Allen on the team meant that was going to make a more so likely a defensive player for the Bears there. But I didn't see it because to me, Rome works as an outside guy. You can have Keenan Allen and DJ Moore work out of the slot. And it's another thing we went back to earlier. And Vince said, as Vince mentioned in the chat, it gives Caleb's walking into this spot with the type of receivers and everything that could give him the ability for his flair and unlock his potential. But holy shit, this Bears team is a scary team for anyone to face. If these guys hit their ceiling the way that we're sort of expecting them to, this Bears team could be a lot of problems for a lot of teams for a long time.
The NFC North is becoming the best division in the entire league.
It's right up there to me. It's close.
Yeah. It's going to be a bloodbath every year to get to the playoffs.
It's also the AFC North, because you look at the AFC North, it's the Pittsburgh, it's the Ravens, it's the Bengals, it's the Browns. That's another really good division with those teams that could all add to it. So what's Benny put here? Could Kirk not make the start of the season as his injury regressed and he might miss some time? And they want to use this window to aim high. It's a weird pick from the Falcons. Do you know what, Benny? That could be the case, but it's also just fucking weird. It's just oh, here we go. Trade. Minnesota's traded up to 10. So Minnesota is traded up to 10. So this is here.
That makes no sense. So now, why trade?
Well, it does. It does though, because what if the Jets have had a call from the Raiders? The Raiders. So Vikings have got there and said. The Vikings have maybe got there and said, hey, we're interested in your pick. The Jets have had a call from the Raiders, got a decent, or someone like that, maybe even the Broncos. a team like that, and they've gone, this is our offer. We've received an offer. We think we might take it. And the Vikings have just gone and had to trade up that one pick to make sure that they got what they wanted.
Yeah, it's the only thing it could have been. See what they gave up for it.
Vince put here, Kurt can't make week one because he's out shopping for shirts. Well, so this has got to be JJ McCarthy.
Oh, 100%. And the thing for the Vikings is they wouldn't have had to give up both their second round picks now.
Well, yeah, they wouldn't have had to. That's a great call actually. They've not had to give up.
So they've still made a trade.
They've still got 23.
They've still made a trade. There we go. 10th and a 6th, 4th and 5th. Okay.
Yeah, so that's perfect for the Vikings because the Vikings have then ended up with still pick 23. And the good thing is, so they've given up a 4th and a 5th round pick to move up one spot.
That's an incredible move for the Jets.
Yeah, but also
you move back one pick and you're not taking the player that's going to get picked here anyway, and you get a 4th and a 5th rounder.
But also, too, this works because then the Vikings, with pick 23, they then have, because they obviously had to give up some picks to move up to 23 with Houston in making that trade and stuff. With 23 now, the Vikings are actually in a fantastic spot that they could now actually move back. They could move back in that back end of the first round where they could recoup some of those picks that they used to move up into that spot. So they obviously they've traded up to get that ammunition to trade up to get a JJ McCarthy, who I'm almost certain here that they're picking JJ McCarthy.
100%.
Why else would you move up one spot? But to me, it's now put them in a spot at 23. They're in a really good spot. They could pick a pass rusher who's there at 23 to replace Danielle Hunter, who's moved on. You could go corner. You could go I doubt they go a wide receiver, but there is that potential now. You could go like a wide receiver there, or you just do what you could do to replenish those picks that they've used to trade up with Houston and move up to replenish your picks and then go from there. And yeah, this has worked out phenomenally for the Vikings. Instead of having to give up 2 first-round picks and future assets to move up 7, 8 spots, whatever it was, 6 spots to move up and get JJ McCarthy, they've given up a 4th and a 5th rounder to move up 1 spot.
That's why I said it never made any sense for them to give up that to move up just for JJ McCarthy.
Yeah.
I love JJ McCarthy. I think he'll be a really solid quarterback, but to give up 2 first-round picks to move up for him was never a good idea.
That I'm still completely baffled by that Penix pick.
Makes no sense. Like I said, if they're going to do that, move up for JJ.
Yeah,
and have that young guy there that you can develop behind Kirk.
Yeah, but as I said, to pick a 24-year-old to sit behind a quarterback who you've just signed to a 4-year deal just doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
Like, I know that this could end up working out, and this was we had a similar reaction last year to the Lions taking Jahmyr Gibbs at 12 and then taking Jack Campbell at 18. We were pretty shocked by how that played out. But this is on a whole new level. Like, this just it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Not at number 8 anyway.
No, not at all. That was a massive shock. I think my reaction said it all as well.
Yeah, mine too. That's going to be something. Michael Penix Jr. Out of all the people they could have picked there, that was so far down my list.
If they were going to pick a quarterback, JJ McCarthy made way more sense than Michael Penix Jr.
Yeah, just the fact that the age thing. Or if you were at Atlanta, why not try and move up to get like a Drake May or something like that? Like, just see what would have been on. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just so the Vikings get pick 203 back in the trade. So they give up 11, 129, and 157 for 10 and 203. So it's a really good move by the Vikings and the Jets too. Like,
I don't want to
the
give
Jets
Joe
get a-
Douglas any credit, but that's a super move by them.
Insane. Vince, maybe
So
Penix is
now-
also good at being a mascot, so they get a 2-for-1. I like
Now
that.
you got Jets at 11. Do they go tight end or do they go offensive tackle?
It just, yeah. See, I think logic states you probably go. Logic to me states that you go offensive line just because. So Tyron Smith, left tackle, who they signed last year, was one of the most games he's played in his entire career, and he played 13. And to get into 13, they didn't. To get into 13. Please no for Sharman. To get into 13 games, he didn't practice all year, pretty much. Like, practice, it was one of those things. Don't practice Tyron Smith and you can get him having to play.
Yeah.
Morgan Moses is also, so they're two bookend tackles of 33. So we got Goodell here up on stage with someone. So I think this is a foregone conclusion. This is JJ McCarthy, because otherwise you don't move up.
No, there's no
you're
point
the
moving up
Vikings.
for anyone.
Not one spot.
But yeah, so going back to the Jets, the excitement would be picking Brock Bowers, but the smart play is offensive line. So for me, it's got to be offensive line. This is crap too. Hate the Bears, hate the Vikings, but they're picking players that I like. Really torn right now.
Let's see, this is going to be JJ McCarthy. I can. Yeah, JJ McCarthy, as we all predicted. Look, I am not a JJ McCarthy fan. I'm going to just put that out there now. I know that there's a lot of talk about, he led the Michigan Wolverines to a national championship, but did he actually lead them, or is it the fact that they were stacked all over the board? And the times when, so there's a lot of people are saying, he's like a Brock Purdy-ish type. So the comp that the NFL Network put up here is Alex Smith. We never saw him come from behind, which I'm not saying is a huge concern, but it's just something we've not seen. But it just felt like for Michigan, any time that Michigan were in a little bit of a worry or a little bit of a concern, they tried to take the ball out of his hands. So to me, I don't know if you can really trust your franchise quarterback as a team who, now, I could be very wrong, and JJ McCarthy could be fantastic in the NFL. And if that's the case, I'm willing to eat humble pie and say that, yeah, I completely whiffed on it. But to me, I want the ball in my quarterback's hands to try and win a game. And it felt like because Michigan was so stacked, whenever they were in trouble, it's like hand the ball off to Blake Corum. Like, let's just get the ball out of JJ McCarthy's hand and let's let other people make plays for us. Or am I overthinking that? Because that's how I read it while looking at the Michigan season back.
I understand why that's your line of thinking, but you are, as far as I think, you're completely overthinking it. And I've listened to a lot of his interviews this last week as well. And the biggest thing was he said he's going up against the best defense in the nation in practice, and he's doing all the things that people are saying they wanted to see in games. He's doing it every day in practice against the number one defense in the nation. So it's not a case of that he can't do it. It's just that the way Jim Harbaugh runs his offense and his team, they're doing what they need to do to win. And they were going to win games on the ground and do it easily, which we saw. So I understand not putting it in his hands and how it comes across, but as far as I'm concerned, I think that's massively overblown because he has shown that he can do it when he's needed to and when he's been put in big-time situations. So I think in a couple of years, he could be probably right up there as one of the top quarterbacks that's come out of this draft.
Well, Vince has put it well here. I'm not overly in love with McCarthy either, but he's a perfect match for Kevin O'Connell, though, and they desperately needed the QB. Solid move. It is a solid move. Like, I think JJ McCarthy with Kevin O'Connell, because it's sort of like an offshoot of the Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan type of system. It's like a Brock Purdy-esque. Like, he can look really good, but to me, JJ McCarthy's going to be one of these guys potentially in a couple of years that everyone's going to have that same thought process about Brock Purdy. Is it the fact that he's actually a really good quarterback, or is it because of the system that he's in that works? So that's sort of how I see a JJ McCarthy-ish type of thing. I think you're right. He's going to win there. I'm not do well there. Like I said, personally, I'm not a huge fan of JJ McCarthy, but in that system, I think it really works there. So
he's stepped into the best situation you can possibly imagine.
Mm.
And we talked about Caleb Williams at the Bears being in like a really good situation. I think the Vikings are the best situation in this.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like there's potential that whoever went to the Vikings, no matter who it was, whoever went there could potentially be talked about as maybe the second or even potentially the best quarterback in this draft class just based on career. So the Jets have stuck here at 11. I think they're going to go offensive tackle. I reckon Olu Fashanu is probably going to be your pick here at the Jets to 11. Goodell's walking to the stage. Last thoughts, Dan, quickly before they announce the pick. What do you think?
Offensive line, I think Fuaga.
Let's see. Goodell at the podium.
Oh,
Olu Fashanu.
There we go. He didn't slide.
It's another really good pick.
Yeah,
it's a great pick by the Jets. A lot of people were sort of expecting Bowers here. Look, you when you've got two 33-year-old tackles, one whose most games played in the last decade's been 13 games, and that was the season that's just gone. You're not really expecting your left tackle to be there for the entire season. They have to protect Aaron Rodgers, especially him coming off an Achilles injury.
Yeah.
Vince, as we can see, Vince in the chat, very upset there that Fashanu has gone. He was hoping that they fell to the Bengals. He's great in the run. Like, he's going to open up so many avenues for Breece Hall. Like, Breece is just going to have running lanes for miles with a guy like Fashanu there.
And for a long time, he was getting spoken about as 1A, 1B with Joe Alt.
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
the longer the process went along, people started to slide him down.
Yeah, exactly. That was my sort of thoughts too. He's not really, but he's been the guy there who was. He was early on. He was actually, a lot of people were saying that Fashanu was clearly OT1. Like, he was clearly the offensive tackle one. Like, this was early in college days, like the college season, I should say.
Yeah.
Wow, that was there is 9 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock for the Broncos, and the pick's already in. So to me, they got less than 20 seconds on the clock and they turned their pick in. So to me, that pick, it's Brock Bowers. It's 100% Brock Bowers. It's got to be. When you turn in the pick that quickly, you've got to go, oh, yeah, we're not.
Like, you're not sitting here thinking, oh, Bo Nix is still there, let's get him.
No.
So
not when and the insane thing is, so I'm going to keep mentioning it, the most consecutive picks of first-round offensive players was 7, 2021. We're now at 11. And if this is right, who we think it is, with Bowers, that's 12. That's 12.
Yeah.
Wait.
I can't imagine us sitting there with an offensive lineman going that quick that, oh, he's our guy, let's run it up.
Okay. Vince is agreeing with us. It has to be Brock. But, okay, let me play this out. It's Sean Payton. He has Jarrett Stidham and Zach Wilson as his quarterbacks currently.
So he doesn't have quarterbacks.
It's Bo Nix, isn't it?
Like, that's what I said. Like, you can't. It's not here. Not like, no chance. Come on.
This
is why in my mock I traded them back to get Michael Penix, because I
Yeah.
can see them going quarterback, but not Bo Nix.
Do you know why? I
But not Bo Nix.
Do you know why? I just realized, just thinking, who's on the clock after the Broncos?
The Raiders, but I'm more than happy to
Exactly.
let the Raiders get Bo Nix because
Yeah, but you've got to think this is Sean Payton. He's going to see what do people say? Because what's a Bo? I'm trying to see what's a Bo Nix player comp that a lot of people were making.
I don't even know, someone who passes to the line of scrimmage a lot.
The two main comparisons I've seen: Tony Romo, Drew Brees, Sean Payton, Drew Brees. Because
I don't get the Drew Brees comp at all.
Think Drew Brees, end of his career, Drew Brees. It was 5-yard in routes, 5-yard slants to Michael Thomas.
Oh, if this is Bo Nix, it is such a bad pick.
Yeah. I've just got this feeling, not that I'm agreeing, because I think this should be, for them, it's like a Brock Bowers, but this to me is going to be.
Oh, I mean, it makes
Bo
sense
Nix.
them needing a quarterback because they don't have one. But Bo Nix at number 12 overall is an absolute disaster.
Wow, and we thought maybe
Payton's going to be out of a job in 2 years.
we thought that Penix might have been the worst pick of this first round at number 8. I feel like this is 100% Bo Nix, just based off of the fact it's Sean Payton, and because the player comps to him are Drew Brees.
Just trade back and get him. Like, there's no chance anyone's going to pick him within the first 20 picks. Yeah. Raiders are going to get their pick of offensive linemen here, almost.
Yeah.
For what we thought was going to be available. Like Fashanu and Fuaga.
Oh,
they're just sitting there looking at them two going, okay.
Yeah, that's just...
Okay,
I know who the pick
Fashanu.
is. I know who the pick is because I just got a text message from a Broncos fan.
So we know who it is then, yeah.
Yeah.
There's no way anyone would be texting you if it was a really good pick.
No, if it was like a really amazing pick, like a Quinion Mitchell or like a Terrion Arnold,
yeah,
I'm probably not getting a text from a Broncos fan going, "Oh my God, yes, we got him." When it's going to be truly bad, and you've got the team's fans coming in going, "Yeah, that's wow." I had to send back and say, I was trying not to tip the picks too much, but oh my God. Oh my God. That's just
So, like I said to you, I thought the Raiders were going to be comfortable going into this year with Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew at quarterback.
yeah.
I think this has played out about as perfectly as they could have hoped. Like, if they weren't going up into the top 3 or 4, this is now played out as perfect as they could hope.
Yeah.
That is so bad.
So we've had 6 quarterbacks. It's Bo Nix out of Oregon. And that was my text that I got from a friend. And it was WTF, what are we thinking? Bo Nix is what I got. And
6 quarterbacks in the first round was wild to me. I thought, no way.
Not
6 in the top 12?
6 in the top 12. Half of these picks have been a quarterback. I never envisioned
Denver thinking, my God.
So
that's nuts.
So then now the jokes have been coming through. The jokes are coming through now that means that Spencer Rattler's going to go at about 15 or 16. He's going to go in that range. You're going to have Michael Pratt drop into the 20s. You're going to have Sam Hartman might be an early second round pick now because all these quarterbacks are going. That has as Vince is put here, Broncos country, let's ride, and that there's only 3 draftable quarterbacks left. I think there'll probably be a couple more than 3. I reckon you'll have Michael Pratt, Joe Milton will probably go late. Jordan Travis probably late. So there's 3. I reckon Sam Hartman potentially could be like a day 3, like round 6, round 7 guy to a team as like a career backup sort of thing. But wow, that is not.
So Brock Bowers is basically off the board here, you'd think, for the Raiders, yeah? They got Michael Mayer last year. They can still pick Bowers, but I don't think they'll be looking that way. I think they go offensive line here.
I think they've got to go. It's either offensive line or it's defense, like a cornerback or something.
Cornerback could be another shout here. Actually, it could be a cornerback here.
Well,
could be our first defensive player.
So they're receivers. So you've got Devontae Adams, you've got Jacoby Myers, you've got Michael Mayer at tight end. Would they go Brock Bowers? Like, it doesn't make sense, but will you go Brock Bowers if you're envisioning him being your slot receiver?
Yeah, like they can still pick him.
Like, does it make sense? This is Antonio Pierce here.
I was going to say, I think Antonio Pierce is thinking more defensive side now. Even
on a scale of 1 to Michael Penix at 8, how shocked would you be if it's Brock Bowers?
About a 5.
Yeah. So it's one of those things. They're not going to go like defensive line, I don't think, because you've got Christian Wilkins.
The smart play here is either offensive line or cornerback.
Yeah. Offensive weapon doesn't really make sense. Do you know what? We actually might not get. I reckon 15's the first defensive player. If one's not picked here, the first defensive player is at 15 to the Colts.
Because again, the Saints are going to go offensive line. I'd have to imagine.
Indy, if Bowers is there, is probably going Bowers. But if Bowers goes beforehand, let's see, Goodell's walking up to the podium.
Oh,
Brock Bowers out of Georgia.
Oh. Okay.
So there you are. Dynamic yak George Kittle, except he doesn't block like George Kittle.
So they're just going to play Michael Mayer inside, which kills his fantasy value.
Yeah.
And
Brock Bowers is going to become the slot receiver. Yeah. Or they're going to play a lot of 12 personnel, 2 tight ends, which, like 2 tight ends lined up on each side of the line, which could also potentially be an option if you're looking at, you're not a big fan of your offensive line and you want to try and get as much help as possible. And once again, as we can see, Vince very unhappy here. The last 3 picks, he's had 2 of his guys that he wanted to drop to the Bengals at 18. He wanted both of them, and they're now gone. So this has not played out anywhere close to what I was expecting.
And I don't think a lot of people that were doing mock drafts would have expected anything near this as well for the last sort of 5 picks.
Not at all. This is just insanity. I mean, I know Brock Bowers is an absolute weapon, and we want, if you're there, so there's the offense there that's being shown. So you've got Aiden O'Connell, Gardner Minshew, Devontae Adams, Jacoby Myers, Michael Mayer, Brock Bowers. To me, Brock Bowers becomes your slot receiver as opposed to your tight end, along the lines of how I think when Kansas City, when they run their offense at times and they bring out Noah Gray out onto the field, they put Travis Kelce out wide. That's how it's going to work for me, is Michael Mayer becomes your blocking tight end.
Yeah.
More so. What's here? So Vince has now gone, all right, no Fuaga to the Saints, please. Watch the Saints take Fuaga.
Saints will go Fuaga. Vince, you just need to stop messaging.
Or it's
everything
Fautano.
you don't want to happen happens.
Yeah, everything you want, Vince.
Well, they still haven't got the pick in yet.
No.
So maybe they're sitting there looking at Fuaga and looking at Fautanu, and they're thinking, okay, well, we didn't expect this. But you'd think they'd have whoever's higher on their board either way.
I've just had this sent to me. This is a tweet from Adam Schefter. I had this as a screenshot sent to me. It's just made me laugh. Sean Payton wanted and intended to draft Patrick Mahomes in the 2017 draft when he held the 11th overall pick. He was ready to turn in the card, but before he could, the Chiefs traded up to the Bills spot at 10 and took Mahomes one spot before Payton got him, leaving the Saints to draft Ohio State cornerback Marshall Lattimore. This is the kicker. Payton feels as strongly about Bo Nix as he did Patrick Mahomes.
Okay, Sean Payton is this overrated as a coach, and I said that when Denver hired him. He'll be out of the league in 2 years because he's lost the plot. He's absolutely lost the plot.
That is...
He is delusional.
That's a take. Wow. Interesting is what I would say. Well, if you're the Saints here, so we'll move off of that weirdness that is that is Sean Payton and his love for Bo Nix. Let's see. Do you reckon so? Saints here, to me, it's offensive line. Fuaga or Fautanu? Who would you go?
Fuaga.
Or are they listening? Are they waiting for a trade to come in?
I think that's what they're doing because they know who's top of their board here.
Like, to me,
So
Bengals, would the Bengals trade up? Would the Rams trade up maybe?
Yeah.
Because otherwise, wouldn't you think they've maybe turned the pick in already if they were so...
Yeah,
maybe their guy was for Sharman. And once he went, they've sort of looked at that idea and gone, okay, we don't love any of these guys at 14. Maybe we'll trade back and try and get some more assets and maybe pick someone a little bit later. Or is someone going to try and trade up to here for maybe like a Brian Thomas to make sure that they get in before Indy? Maybe this is the Buffalo spot.
That's a huge move if you're Buffalo. Yeah, it's so weird, though, that we've gone 7 minutes and the pick's not even in yet.
Yeah. So
They're
Vince thinks Fautanu's only a guard at the next level. I could see it either way.
I'm still in shock about Bo Nix.
Yeah, that's a surprise.
Nix at 12. Oh.
Wow. 2 minutes. 2 minutes left on the clock. 2.5 minutes left on the clock, and the Saints still don't have a pick in. I think it's probably... I think if they're waiting this long, they're waiting for a trade offer.
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
Well, there's still a minute. So they're still on the clock. Like, haven't turned in a pick yet. They're running out. Running out of time here. Minute and a half. Are the Saints going to miss their pick and then the Colts run up in front of them to take? Wow, that's very surprising. I still... Okay, so the pick is now in for the Saints. The pick is now in for the Saints.
So there's no trade being made after all that.
This is an interesting tidbit I've also had sent. If they don't trade Mims is a big possibility. I see that. I think Mims might be the Bengals guy. But this part's the interesting part. Kirk Cousins was reportedly not given a heads up on the Michael Penix pick. So Kirk Cousins found out just at the same time as everyone else did that the Falcons picked Michael Penix.
There's a lot of Packers with Jordan Love going on there.
Yeah.
But well, whole different situation, obviously, but same sort of thing where there was no communication about it.
So this to me, so yeah, I'm thinking along the same as you. I think it's offensive line. And who do you think? To me, it's Fuaga or Fautanu.
I think it's Fuaga.
Makes the most sense. They need a tackle. Trevor Penning hasn't worked out for them. Ryan Ramczyk injured a lot, so Fuaga's probably the person there. Because if like what Vince said, where he sees Fautanu as most likely a guard, that could be more that could actually be a Seahawks type of person that they look at picking, like a Fuaga for Fautanu to try and move him inside. Yeah,
The Washington guy going to Seattle.
Wow. Well, we thought we had a lot of fun last year with the draft. How insane has this one been?
That the Chargers pick was surprising, but they still went offensive line, which made sense. Just not the way we thought. The Falcons flipped this entire thing.
Yeah. So Goodell's walking out to the stage now. We both think it's Fuaga.
Yeah.
Talise Fuaga here.
Good pick.
Out of Oregon State, 6'5", 324. I like this. The traits here on NFL Network: powerful, nasty, and balanced.
Yeah,
that's just what you want in your tackle, just to absolutely obliterate people. And the good thing is, he's probably best in run protection. So you get a guy like Alvin Kamara. You get him a guy like Fuaga. It's a really solid pick there. I really like that one.
Yeah. And if Penning can develop a lot better than what he has so far, you're looking really good there.
Well, Penning's I wouldn't be surprised. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if Penning ends up becoming the swing tackle and Fuaga goes to left tackle. Maybe even put Trevor Penning at right tackle or guard or something. Yeah. Vince is along the lines of me. He was hoping the Bengals go Mims, and then he's also very upset that Fuaga's gone because that was his other choice.
So Vince, you figured out yet that you just don't say who you don't want to be picked?
Yeah, start saying you want like Terrion Arnold or Byron Murphy or something like that. Someone, you probably actually want Byron Murphy. Start saying you want Spencer Rattler. So now, Indy's on the clock here. Indy on the clock at 15.
I think we see our first defensive player go.
I think so. To me, unless they get this could be. So they've got 5.5 minutes left. This could also be a spot where maybe you might try and see someone like a Philly try and move up to try and maybe go get one of these corners potentially. Because I think when you look at that run coming up afterwards, so it's Indy, it's Seattle, Jacksonville need a corner. The Rams could potentially need a corner. Pittsburgh could need a corner. Miami could need a corner. There is a chance here that they could miss out on a guy like Terrion Arnold or Quinton Mitchell here. So this could be an option for a team like Philly to try and move up. But
it's about the time Howie gets to work as well.
Yeah. Well, judging by that shot of the war room now, someone's on the phone. Shane Steichen's on the phone now with someone in the war room's clapping. So they've obviously made their pick. Vince actually wouldn't mind Terrion Arnold. He'd rather go Johnny Newton over Byron Murphy. You won't get any of those three now, Vince. You've jinxed yourself. And Quinton's the highest guy left in his board, and the Bengals only go there if Mims is gone. Now you've jinxed them, and Quinton's gone as well as Mims, and that's what it feels like with your luck so far today. But
for me, I'd be saying Quinton Mitchell's the pick here.
Yeah,
either Mitchell or Arnold.
It's Mitch, yeah, because I mean they've got a decent defensive line. DeForest Buckner's still there. Grover Stewart. They got last year. They picked Adetomiwa Adebawore. He was a later pick, but they've got. I think the defensive line is probably not too bad unless you want to get like an edge rusher, like a Latu or a Dallas Turner, something like that. Jared Verse maybe, but then they'd also have a guy like Quiddy Pay there. So they've got some defensive players there.
Do they look at Cooper DeJean though?
Cooper DeJean could be. I think that Cooper DeJean probably works if they're maybe not set at they sort of want a guy who could potentially rotate, play safety, play nickel, play outside. Cooper DeJean's probably the better guy for that, who they could move around. They could move around and try and look at in that spot there. Vince thinks that Philly should trade up to 16 for a cornerback. I think the Colts. It's still saying that the Colts are on the clock here with 3 minutes to go, but judging by those pictures that we saw, it looked like they were on. Shane Steichen was on the phone with their draft pick.
Maybe they got a trade going in.
Yeah, potentially. I think along the lines of you that this is a defensive player as well, unless they're going to shock everyone and go like because there was talk. This is the other thing too. There was talk that some people were expecting Adonai Mitchell to go a lot higher than what everyone was expecting. Now, Adonai Mitchell was sort of looked at in those 20s to 30 range. So if that's somewhere, would the Colts go Adonai Mitchell here?
I couldn't think so. I wouldn't.
Do you know what? I wouldn't have said so either. But after what we've seen so far and having 6 quarterbacks go in the first 12 picks, nothing's off my. But could this be Brian Thomas? Could this be Adonai Mitchell? Could this be Xavier Worthy to try and put in with that?
I think if it's a wide receiver, it'd be Brian Thomas. So here we go.
Pick is in. So I think it's a corner. I think it's either Terry Arnold or Quinyon Mitchell. But I wouldn't be shocked if it's a wide receiver, especially too because nothing about this draft has gone
the way you thought after pick 8. Once the Falcons made their pick, everything changed. It went upside down. Come on, just make the pick.
So this here from Diana Rossini while we're waiting. Diana Rossini, the Falcons called Kirk Cousins when they were on the clock to let him know. From what she learned, Cousins understood a quarterback would be considered, but he did not believe his success would be taken in the first round. I'm told he's a bit stunned. You think, Diana? You think he's a bit stunned?
Welcome to the rest of us, Kirk.
So Vince is saying hard to know with AD Mitchell. Apparently a bunch of teams have him off their boards. Yeah, I've heard that too. Worthy potentially, but I do think this is the end of the I think it's a defensive player.
Yeah. Cornerback just makes way too much sense for them.
It's cornerback or edge. It really is an edge rusher or cornerback. Like they're the two. If they're going defense here, they're your two spots. Would they go Latu here or Verse? Dallas Turner maybe?
I mean, they could, but cornerback's their main need.
Unless they feel...
Bring on Mitchell and Terrion Arnold are, for me, graded higher than the edge players.
Here we go. Goodell up to the podium. Latu.
Okay. All right, then.
Edge rusher out of UCLA. Latu is a good player. I like him. As has been mentioned a lot of times, the big concern for Latu was the medical history. He was medically retired a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Neck injuries as a defensive player or as any type of player in the NFL, neck injuries are something to be scared of. But
well, he was my top edge in the class.
Yeah. His hand usage, like he's got some of the best pass rushing moves out of anyone in this. And he's just got that engine that's just go, 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 go. Like he just doesn't stop. It's a really good pick. If he didn't have the medical concerns, Like he's probably would have been a lot higher in a lot of people's boards too.
Yeah,
Like,
it would have
it
been
wouldn't have
spoken
shocked
about
me.
probably top 10 pick.
Yeah, it wouldn't have shocked me if he was a top 10 pick if it didn't have the medical concern. So you can see why some people, you can see why some people skipped out on having him there.
So this makes it interesting now for Seattle. Because I reckon
Seattle-
they've got-
I reckon they could go. See, this could to me could be a Fautanu spot as a
Yeah.
guard. They could need a guard. They lost Damian Lewis to the Panthers. It could go edge rusher. You could see Jared Verse, Dallas Turner go off the board here. You're probably not going to go cornerback, I don't think, because they got some really good corners in Witherspoon, Reek Woolen. I know Reek had a down year for him this year, but you've got Mike McDonald there now. So
I'm going to call this. I think it's Byron Murphy.
Byron Murphy's also a really good pick here. I would like that for them.
Yeah. I'm thinking it's him for them.
That would
Things have
be-
changed around a lot. I think, yeah, Byron Murphy here makes a lot of sense.
He would be he would be great here. And I think too, just thinking like the Colts getting Latu here, like to me that would have been, if it was Latu, that's your Latu's your guy who Seattle would have taken, I would have thought.
Vince, just stop
So
saying it.
The Bengals getting value here, OT, DT, and CB, good stuff. No Fautanu or Wiggins, please. Now you're going to see Vince. You've done that. They're both going now. Watch, Fautanu will go here to Seattle. Jacksonville will take Nate Wiggins. No, I don't. Actually, I think if Jacksonville are there, they're going corner.
Well, now,
Actually,
yeah, with Arnold and Mitchell falling, they're going to wind up with their pick of the top corner.
and watch, they'll take a wide receiver.
Probably.
Because it's Trent. The thing is, it's Trent Baalke. You don't trust anything Trent Baalke does. Like everyone going into the draft a couple of years ago, everyone had Aiden Hutchinson as the best edge, best defensive player there. And then they shocked everyone and picked Trayvon Walker because the talk out of it was that Trent Baalke was enamored with Trayvon Walker because he reminded him of Alden Smith when he was at the 49ers, when he was GM at the 49ers. So, yeah, it's an interesting one. You don't know. Trent Baalke is just a guy who I don't know. Because to me too, they clearly wanted Calvin Ridley back. They tried to re-sign him, and so I think Zay Jones was going to be on his way out. So when we did our mock draft shows, and I did one with Laurie, I had Jacksonville actually taking Brian Thomas Jr. there because it's just the type of Trent Baalke pick, which
I think I did as well when we did our one.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense, but it makes sense for them. So,
Yeah.
One thing that I've seen is that there are reports, or people saying that they don't reckon that Arthur Blank is terribly pleased with Penix being taken at number 8 there. Because there's a video that's been posted that they're showing, and it's Terry Fontenot explaining to the owner, Arthur Blank, why it looks like why they've picked Penix. And yeah, there's reports out that he's not terribly pleased. So that'll be
He's
something to monitor.
getting quite old now, Arthur Blank. He wouldn't want to be waiting around for them to become a contender. And they use a top 8th pick on a quarterback that they're going to sit for 2 years.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, it's you take, like, not only do you take Penix, but almost half of his rookie contract, his cheap years is gone by the time he probably gets out there to play.
Yeah.
And it just, doesn't make sense.
Seattle didn't trade out.
No, Seattle haven't traded out. So they've just gone to an ad break. So if you are the Seahawks here, who is your pick here?
Byron Murphy. Because, like you said, they're not going to go cornerback. So I think Byron Murphy's the pick here.
Yeah,
He's the
Seahawks.
top defensive tackle. They need defensive tackle. I just think it's a Seahawks pick, Byron Murphy.
Yeah, it's definitely a Seahawks pick. He suits a need to. Put him
I'm
on that
surprised they
defensive
didn't
line with
actually
Dexter
trade
Lawrence.
back out of
Is
this.
it Dexter Lawrence or was it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Was it Dexter
I'm
Lawrence? No, it's
surprised they
not.
haven't
It's
traded back
Leonard
either.
Williams. Was it Leonard
Oh,
Williams
Leonard
that they
Williams
traded
is
for?
there, yeah.
Yeah, Leonard Williams.
Leonard Williams, yeah. Sorry.
So yeah, to me, this is I'm in agreement. I think that it's either, to me, it's either Fautanu or it's Byron Murphy.
Yeah.
And I think you're right. I think for what they need, put Byron Murphy there next to Leonard Williams. I'm stoked because if you're the Seahawks and you've got moves in the second round, you could try and move up for like a Chop Robinson if he's there, or Darius Robinson, or Adisa Isaac. Like there's some edge rushers there in that second round that would actually work on that defensive line if you're looking to go that way as well. So
Mike McDonald, a defensive type coach. So
So Vince is here. He's now said after he's jinxed all his other picks, he doesn't want Fautanu or Wiggins. No, thank you. And then to really try and help that non-jinx, he's saying that he thinks Fautanu goes here. So
just double down on it.
yeah. But okay, so if it's Byron Murphy, have you looked much into Byron Murphy? What do you like about him?
He's explosive. He gets off the line real quick. He's undersized, but that won't hold him back at all. So you put him in Seattle, he can get after quarterbacks, which just helps the back end as well with their top corners. So having someone like Byron Murphy just being able to dominate in the middle is a huge upside for them. Where, like we've said, they've got their tackles in place on the offensive side of the ball. You can find inside guards later on in the draft as well. So they might not want to sort of go offensive guard here. They might just want to wait.
I think too there are some really good guys in that second round, like Christian Haynes out of UConn is there, the kid out of BC, Mahogany. Like there's some guys there who you could look at that interior offensive line in that second, as you mentioned, in that second round. And we still don't know how many tackles could be there, or guys who are listed as tackles but could kick inside the guard. Like a Jordan Morgan could be there. He could be a guy. You could have a guy like I'm not sure how far he'll fall, or if they'd want to move around, but Jackson Powers Johnson could be there. He's listed as a center, but he could play guard.
Yeah.
You're probably not going to go Zach Fraser because I think Zach Fraser's a guard only, center only.
Center.
But
yeah, I think it just
Jackson
makes too much
Johnson.
sense to be defensive player here. And Byron Murphy's, for what they need, he's the top guy.
Yeah, Cooper Beebe's another guy who's a really good guard. So, yeah, Seattle probably, I think, to me, the drop-off from Byron Murphy and Johnny Newton, to the drop-off from those two to the next defensive tackle, which is probably like a Tavondre Sweat, is a bigger drop-off than what it would be from, say, like a guy like Fautanu to maybe like Cooper Beebe or a guard in that second round, like a Christian Haynes or something like that. So, yeah, I think Byron Murphy here, and just really solidify and make that defense a scary defense for offense, like for players trying to run on the Seahawks. Like it's going to be really hard and almost impossible to try and run on the Seahawks.
Yeah, 100%.
So Goodell up on the podium now. Byron Murphy out of Texas. As we were talking, like when you start looking at it, you start going through it, the drop off between Byron Murphy and the DT3 is so much more greater than the interior guard. So he's so powerful, so quick. Like you don't see him lose. Like he gets double teamed a lot, but he never seems to get pushed backwards.
Yeah.
Did you notice that watching his film? He just never seemed to get pushed backwards, even being double teamed.
Always attacking. I think Seattle fans will love this pick.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%. So
that's a good pick for them. I like it.
8 sacks, 15 tackles for loss in his college career at Texas. It's one of those things, it's really hard at times to grade interior defensive linemen because they don't have the same counting stats that you see of your edge rushers and stuff. But if you can have a guy impact the play on so many different
Minnesota moved up.
A trade here. Minnesota moved up. Minnesota has moved up here with the Jacksonville Jaguars.
They move up for Tano.
This is corner maybe, because they got a decent offensive line.
They do. Who have they got at corner? They got the guy they took last year, or last year or the year before.
Let's see. It was
Booth.
Yeah. So what they give up? The Vikings gave up 23, a 5th round pick this year, a 3rd round, and a 4th round pick next year. That's a really good deal for the Jags.
Yeah, I think they're going for Tano here.
So
I don't think cornerback's that big of a need, but I suppose if they fall into there.
So at the moment, their offensive line is Christian Darrisaw, Blake Brandel, Garrett Bradbury at center, Ed Ingram at right guard, Brian O'Neill at tackle. Goodell's walking to the stage. Their cornerbacks, currently they've got Byron Murphy and a Caleb Evans.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm going cornerback here.
I would think it's Terry Arnold or Quinton Mitchell.
Yeah, although they had someone else at corner as well, but they got.
Oh, Dallas Turner, edge rusher out of Alabama. That's actually a really good pick.
Yeah, I didn't expect that, but yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's another need for them. They lost to Neil Hunter. It's actually a really good. It's a really good solid pick. Now that once you see that, you go, really? But then, currently, their edge rushers, they've got Jonathan Bullard at one defensive, and then their outside linebackers, they've got Andrew Van Ginkel and Jonathan Grenard. Now, Grenard had a really good year last year, but, I'm upgrading and getting a guy like Dallas Turner.
Yeah. No, that's a good pick for them.
He was...
Vikings and Bears have done well this draft.
He was, for a lot of people... Yeah, sorry for you guys. So, Bengals now. Vince is saying trade back, which I'm not sure if he's serious or he's saying that because he's jinxed his team so much. This with every guy that he's wanted. But Dallas Turner's a really, really good pick here for the Vikings, I think. When you lose Danielle Hunter, you bring in a guy who can, you can bring in a guy that the comp here is Brian Burns. If I'm getting Brian Burns from Dallas Turner, I'm stoked. He's quick, he's got a lot of range. He's explosive.
You need to get after the quarterback in that division as well. So
yeah, especially with the guys that are there, but also too, it's a great pick because you've got quarterbacks who can move. So McCarthy can use his legs. Caleb Williams can use his legs. Jordan Love can. It's you need a guy who can go sideline to sideline and be able to contain the quarterback. So, and Vince is saying here he is actually serious. There's a lot of value if the Bengals were to trade back here.
So just looking ahead, this is reaching the point where, as a Packers fan, I'd be comfortable with them moving up and taking one of the top 2 corners.
Oh, 100%.
Like, we've got the picks there to move up. I didn't think I'd be saying that I'd be comfortable with us moving up because I don't want to sort of give up that depth that we can get from those picks.
Mm.
But I also didn't think that Quinion Mitchell and Terrion Arnold would be sitting here right at this moment.
No, I would have thought they'd be long gone by now. Or the second of the 2 would have been gone at this pick. So,
yeah, as a Packers fan, if they do end up trading up in the next couple picks, I wouldn't be mad about it.
So Vince is saying here that he thinks the Bengals board is Amarius Mims, Quinion Mitchell, Terrion Arnold, and Johnny Newton, but he wants Quinion Mitchell in this
I'd have
situation.
Mims at the back of that list. If I'm a Bengals fan, I'd hope that's the way it was. Like, have him at 4 and move the others up 1 spot each.
It's one of those things, I guess, too. You've got to try and understand the Bengals' philosophy, and would they actually want to draft a guy now who can step in and play right away, or are they looking for a guy who could potentially step in? And I reckon I've been steadfast in this all along. They're the type of team who drafts the guy and lets him sit for a year or plays spot snaps here and there, but isn't necessarily the guy. So to me, this is Amarius Mims. I'm thinking that I'm thinking that it's Amarius Mims here. That's who I'm liking. Just looking at my notes, that's who. Because, like I said, Trent Brown's on a 1-year deal. Trent Brown's on a 1-year deal. I'm not sure his best days are he's that quality yet. Like the quality that we're expecting from him. So I think he's a guy who's a stopgap solution. They draft Amarius Mims here. He sits behind. He plays an odd game here and there, a few series here and there if there's an injury. But that's where I'm sort of thinking.
Yeah, we spoke about this, and it does make sense. But gee, I'll tell you what, it's a huge call.
Because I don't think he's as like a lot of people have been talking about Amarius Mims as a project type of player. I don't think he's a project. I just think he's inexperienced. I think there's a big difference between being a project and inexperienced. In his games that he played, he was actually really good. I just think he just hasn't played enough to, to really like have people. Because I think, look, there were some people saying they honestly wouldn't have been surprised if Amarius Mims was a top 10 pick, just based off of their projections of him, his length, his, measurables, all of that sort of stuff. So to me, if I'm the Bengals, I'm thinking that this could be my franchise cornerstone, like right tackle for years to come, if I'm picking him here. And if I'm getting him at 18, he could be, out of all the offensive linemen, Amarius Mims could end up being the best one out of all of them. It wouldn't shock me.
Then you need to keep Joe Burrow upright as well. He's starting to rack up too many injuries. You need to protect him.
Yeah, and I mean, it never hurts to have Joe Burrow upright. Like, keep him out on the field. So Vince has said here, Quinion Mitchell would be such a great pick. Small school guys who test well and are projected in the top 20 are always studs. That is true. It's getting to that point. There's a lot of teams here who need corners. Like the Rams could use a corner. Pittsburgh could use a corner opposite Joey Porter Jr. Miami could use one opposite Jalen Ramsey. Philly definitely needs one. I shouldn't say definitely needs one, but they need one to pair up as a young guy with Bradbury and Slay. Jacksonville need a corner. Green Bay could use a corner. Tampa Bay could use a corner. Arizona could use a corner. Like, you're looking at the list. Most of the teams that now, for these next picks through to 32, could all, besides probably even the Chiefs could, like, all of these teams could actually use a corner.
The way this board's fallen now, like, all the talk was about the Rams finally having a first-round pick. They'll go offensive pick there because it's Sean McVay. The way this board's fallen for them is perfect for the defensive side of the ball. Like, if the Bengals do end up going Amarius Mims or even one of the corners, the Rams have Johnny Newton sitting there for them to plug in on the defensive line.
You got him.
They've
you've
also got
Fautanu.
whichever cornerbacks available as well. The Rams are in such a perfect spot.
And they're also actually in that spot that if, say, we'll just say, for instance, Philly is worried. They've got Quinion Mitchell top of their board and they feel like that he might be picked by the Pittsburgh or Miami. They're in a great spot then to move back a few places as well, pick up a little bit of extra draft capital, because they're one of those teams who's done so well in the last couple of years at picking late round guys. Like we saw Byron Young did really well for him last year. Kobe Turner, Puka Nakua, fifth round rookie. Like Puka ended up setting the record for receptions or whatever for a rookie. Like they've got insane ability to pick these guys and use that. Like, so the Rams are, like you said, the Rams are in an absolutely perfect spot here where they could, if they want to, trade back and still get their guy that they want. Because, like I said, if they traded with Philly, they could still get Johnny Newton. They could still get Fautanu. I'd expect Terry Arnold to be gone, but they might, what if they decide to go get Brian Thomas Jr. as like a pick to pair with Puka and Cooper Kupp? Like it's
Here we go. There you go.
That's a great pick. Amarius Mims, the first line on NFL Network, massive. 6'7" and 3/4 and 340 pounds. This man is an absolute unit. Vince, you must be happy here having a
Keep him healthy and you're laughing.
But it just works so well. It helps Burrow. Like it's just you protect Joe Burrow. They obviously they lose Jonah Williams. Yes, they signed Trent Brown, but as we mentioned, the Bengals front office is one of the few teams who goes, you know what, my pick this year is actually for future years. I'm picking the guys who are on where I'm going to have a hole at next year. I see value in taking Amarius Mims. According to PFF in 2023, in his 100, he gave up 0 sacks this year. Amarius Mims in 153 snaps or whatever it was that he played. Like it's just. The guy is absolutely enormous. And yeah, he might be a bit of a project, well, not a project, so to speak, but just he needs reps. But you've got 2 really good offensive tackles in that building to learn from, Orlando Brown and Trent Brown.
Yeah. Like I said, the concern for him is just playing the 8 games over the last 2 years. Outside of that, he's the type of pick you want. So yeah. It's a good pick for the Bengals. I wouldn't say a safe pick, but it's about as safe as you can get for someone that hasn't played too much. So now it becomes interesting.
So the Rams have 3.5 minutes on the clock here. As Vince said, small sample size, but all the traits there. Great pass blocking mechanics, tremendous athlete at that size too. There is no way a 6'7", nearly 6'8" man that's 340 pounds should run a 40-yard dash in 5.03 seconds. That's just ridiculous.
It's scary.
So the Rams here have had this just shows how long it's been. This is the first round pick the Rams have had since Jared Goff.
Yep.
Since they picked Jared Goff at 1 overall.
It's 2,600 and something days, I think I saw.
Yeah.
It was 7 years.
Yeah. Vince is saying, if he returned to school and played a full season, he might have been a top 10 guy next year again. But I like it. Vince, there were guys talking this year that he was a top 10 guy this year based on his traits and his physical attributes and things like that. So it's a really good pick for me. I'm a big fan of this. I wonder do you reckon the Rams are looking to trade it back? Or are they, because there's only 2 minutes now left on the clock here. Or are they sticking and picking here? What's your thoughts with 2 minutes left on the clock?
Well, it doesn't look like they're comfortable with what they're picking at the moment, so I think they're seeing if they can trade back. They definitely haven't decided who their pick is, so
No.
they're waiting for someone to come up and get it.
So if they're picking here, what's your thoughts?
I think they go Johnny Newton. Aaron Donald, and we're not comparing Johnny Newton to Aaron Donald, but he leaves such a massive void in that defensive line
Yeah.
that I think Johnny Newton just fits what they need better than anyone else at the moment who's available there. So
looking at the Rams depth chart, so the pick is in for the Rams. So the Rams have made their pick. So the Rams, looking at their defensive line, they've got Bobby Brown, Kobe Turner, then edge rushers, and DeJuan Johnson. They've also got Michael Hoyt, Christian Roseboom, Byron Young. I could see also edge rusher. You could tell me it's edge. You could tell me it's offensive line. You could tell me it's defensive line. You could tell me it's cornerback. I could see all of them.
yeah,
So, yeah, like I said, I think it's probably going to be defense just with the loss of Aaron Donald. I think you've got to get another, because at the end of the day, you need another pass rusher in there, whether it be an internal pass rush to fill the Aaron Donald hole, or if it's an edge rusher. I think you've got to get someone in there.
Yeah,
so
there's 100% chance it's not an offensive pick here. They're going defensive side of the ball.
So it's either Johnny Newton, as you said. If you're going edge rushers, for example, if they go that way, it would only be Jared Verse, wouldn't it? It would have to be here.
Yeah, he's a top edge rusher left.
You're probably
he can play inside, outside as well. So
yeah, you're probably not picking Chop here.
No. If they're going edge, it's Jared Verse because they can move him around a bit.
Yeah, I do think you're right. It's probably going to be defensive line here at some point, whether it be edge or internal defensive line. But it's now got to that point too of the draft where the next 12 picks after this become very interesting because there's a lot of guys available here that I wasn't expecting.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm shocked that Philly hasn't looked to trade up yet as well. And I think that's come down to Mitchell and Arnold still being available.
Yeah, that's it. Because a lot of people are expecting this
as well.
So as Goodell's coming up, a lot of people are expecting Pittsburgh to take an offensive lineman. So Verse out of Florida State.
So we're on the right track there.
Yeah, it made the most sense to have a defensive player there. So Jared Verse, another guy, 6'3", nearly 6'4", 254 pounds, 4'5", 840. Explosive hands, feet. A comp there that they're saying Will Anderson Jr. I'm not sure if I'd put him, but I could see the comparison. But I think that's a really good pick for the Rams there, getting Jared Verse.
Yeah. Just look at the highlights there. He's exploding past everyone, and he's dominating them, running over the top of them as well.
His first step, some of his first steps, he looks like he's offside. He's got such an explosive first step. So they're saying, in his career at Florida State and Albany, 31.5 sacks and 50.5 tackles for loss. He is, and last year per PFF, 62 quarterback pressures in 2023, which is second most in Power 5 schools. So, and each of the last 3 seasons, he's had 9+ sacks. So Jared Verse is a really, really good pick here for a guy too who a lot of people weren't really expecting to make it this far. Some people had Jared Verse top of their board, for the edge rushers.
Yep. For edge, yeah.
So now this is interesting.
There's only been, so I think so far in the entire draft, out of 19 picks, I think there's only been 2 that have really been, what the hell were they thinking?
Yeah.
And that's the quarterbacks, the 2 quarterbacks, Michael Penix Jr. and Bo Nix. outside of that, the picks made sense.
Yeah,
Like, even though
even if
Raiders
it was,
Brock Bowers, that still makes sense.
it's shocking, but it makes sense because you're more so likely you're going, okay, well, we're seeing Brock Bowers as a wide receiver more than a tight end.
Yeah.
But you're right, though. It's 2 picks out of 19, which are like really shocking. And as you said, the others are so defensible, and you can see the reasoning behind it that you're like, okay, makes sense. Joel, yes, it was a shock, but it wasn't a shock that it was offensive lineman. It was just we all thought JC Latham because he was a natural right tackle. But
Yeah.
Joel, it's not a horrible pick whatsoever. I think that yeah, as you said, there's only the 2 absolutely like what on earth is going on type of picks there, and they were, as you mentioned, the quarterbacks there. So the reports, Kirk Cousins and his camp aren't terribly pleased. It just doesn't make sense. Like, I get that they want their quarterback of the future, maybe, but that to me is a pick in next year's draft. Like, you'd pick your quarterback of the future in next year's draft just based off the fact that you're sort of thinking along the lines of, hey, let's get through Kirk this year. After year 2, there is a potential out on his deal where they might be able to move on from him from there, but that's where you grab the quarterback then and sit behind. So to use a top 10 pick on a quarterback who is going to sit behind a starter for 2 years and use up 2 valuable years of his, rookie contract.
And to do it with a guy that's going to be 24 instead of 21 in JJ McCarthy.
Yeah.
That just, yeah. So the pick's in for the Steelers. We're thinking offensive line here.
I think it's either Fautanu or Graham Barton. I think.
Yeah.
Just I like the ability of Graham Barton because he could play center, guard, tackle. Like, he could play those spots. It's not a.
You plug him in where you need him.
Yeah.
Which is more than likely guard, and then you can move him out if you need as well.
But see, then to me, it's either Barton or it's Fautanu. I think if you want just pure guard, I think a lot of, from what I've been reading from like guys like your Dane Bruglers and a few of your other people, a lot of people are envisioning Graham Barton as a center. Would he be your center that you actually want, or would you be looking for a guy like Jackson Powers Johnson or Zach Fraser? Maybe a lot of teams see them as better centers from there. So, but to me, on my board of the offensive linemen and everything here, it's Fautanu. Fautanu's the pick here. He's a guard or tackle. He can play either. As Vince mentioned, he thinks he's going to kick inside the guard in the league, but he's got that flexibility there. You can move him inside, outside. Once again, Fautanu was a guy who a couple weeks back, a couple months ago, Fautanu was close to a top 10 pick. So if he's slipping here at 20...
Yeah, he's hard to pass up.
Yeah, and it's hard to pass up too. It's hard to pass up too because you see guys like Miami could use the offensive lineman. Jacksonville could use offensive. Dallas, Green Bay could be looking at something like that. Like if Fautanu slipped to 25, like that'd be a home run pick for Green Bay as well. Offensive lineman, interior sort of thing. So, yeah, I think it's, for me, I'm thinking it is offensive line here. I do think it's Fautanu.
They've just set a record for fans in attendance for the NFL draft.
Oh, 275,000. Detroit showing out. Well done, Detroit. That's amazing.
Far out.
And also, too, just back to this pick, it's got to be offensive line for the pure fact that Pittsburgh's amazing at picking receivers in round 2. Like, they just always seem to hit on these sort of receivers. So they don't need to pick someone there. And if you've got Justin Fields or Russell Wilson, whoever's going to be starting, it seems like it's going to be Russ to start with, but you want them protected. And you want them to stay upright as well. So, to me, Fautanu or Graham Barton here are your picks. But, yeah, see, looking at that, Daniel Jeremiah has Troy Fautanu as a tackle and he's listed Graham Barton as a center. Yeah.
I still can't get over both Terrion Arnold and Quinion Mitchell are sitting there still.
Mm.
After
Billy is over the moon. They've not had to move up to get one of these corners that
Yep.
we thought
100%.
might have been gone by about 15, 16. So
Yeah.
Vince is calling Tyler Guyton here. I don't see Tyler Guyton yet. I think he's probably maybe along the lines of Dallas, around that range, or even Jacksonville. Like, I could see offensive line here, but yeah, it wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't shock me, Vince, if that's the case. But I think Fautanu here, as Roger Goodell is out on stage with Cam Hayward. So Goodell's giving his. Did Cam Hayward, was he Walter Payton Man of the Year this year, or was that?
I think he was, yeah.
So it's a presentation about that. So yeah, Walter Payton Man of the Year. So because of that, he gets to make I think it's one of those things in the first round every year. They get the Walter Payton Man of the Year to make a pick in the following year. So yeah, Cam Hayward here about to announce the pick. So just waiting on Cam Hayward here to give his speech about the Walter Payton Man of the Year. So okay, so he's given his speech. Now he'll make the pick. It's a lot harder to do this when you don't have sound on to try and understand what they're saying. I've got no sound on my screen, so I'm just watching the pictures. Troy Fautanu. It's another really good pick.
Good pick, yeah.
And you know what? I absolutely love that there. They're just showing Fautanu now. He's on the phone. He's in tears. It's a great. I'm a big fan of things like this. It's really cool to see that these guys obviously care so much about this, and it's going to change their lives. That he's overcome with emotions and stuff. It's really cool to see. But yeah, see, I like that comparison there. So the NFL Network comparison is Elijah Vera Tucker. AVT's a guy who plays guard but has played right tackle. He's played tackle as well. So if you've got a guy like Fautanu who can do both, it's not a bad thing to have.
Yeah, exactly. And it just made sense for them to go offensive line. I had them picking Amarius Mims, but obviously he was gone. So Fautanu's still sitting there. There was no chance they could have passed him up.
Yeah, I mean, he's the 2023 Morris Trophy winner, which is the Pac-12's top offensive lineman. They showed he's played like 29 games at left tackle, 2 at left guard. He started all 15 games at left tackle this season in college. And yeah, it's just a really good pick. Mike Tomlin will be over the moon having a guy like Fautanu in there to protect their quarterbacks.
Yeah. So now Miami on the clock. They've got a fair amount of needs, which are kind of lining up as well with who's available.
Yeah.
So there again, I've given them Johnny Newton in a couple of mocks that I've done as well.
Yeah.
I can see them picking him. But I can also see them picking a Graham Barton type here as well.
I could see that. I could see Tyler Guyton. They could be looking if they want like tackle. Like I said, Graham Barton could play multiple positions. The pick's in already for the Dolphins, so they've got their pick in. And the NFL Network is going to a break, so we'll have to wait for that to come back from the ad break to do that. But they could go corner. You could go. Mike McDaniel loves speed, so they could just blow everyone away and go Brian Thomas Jr. or Xavier Worthy here to have that speed element to go with. I mean, I say to have that speed element, they've got that speed element. Like they've already got it in Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, but
just add to it. Just keep adding to it.
You could have a guy like Worthy there.
Philadelphia being able to sit there at 20 2
Not
and
trade up and get one.
more than likely be able to take their pick of the top cornerbacks in this class is an absolute joke. How do they
Yeah.
keep doing it every year?
Yeah, well, see,
That's just
because
surprising.
the other thing too, Miami's lost Christian Wilkins this year too, so they could be looking for pass rusher. Like you said, there's Johnny Newton. I wouldn't be shocked to see an edge rusher either, because you think Jalen Phillips coming off an Achilles. I think they signed Shaq Barrett, but Shaq Barrett's not in his prime anymore. Like, and if they're wanting far, because Mike McDaniel's whole thing is speed, speed, speed. Like Chop Robinson, you could see. I don't know whether that's the best allocation of their resources, but you know, there are so many spots that the Dolphins could go, and nothing really seems out of the ordinary. Like I said, I would be surprised if it's, say, like a Xavier Worthy, but then at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised because anything's possible with Mike McDaniel.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking that, to me, it's either tackle or defensive line. It's in the trenches somewhere, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I'm thinking Johnny Newton, but it's not really a sexy pick for them, so
And
maybe
it
not something you'd
seems-
expect, but it makes sense for them.
And to me, it also wouldn't surprise me if Johnny Newton doesn't doesn't get picked in round 1, because he's falling. There's, some people had him completely out of the first round altogether, which would have seen at the combine times would have seemed unthinkable. But I think he had an injury at the combine, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he hasn't
I
done
think
the
it was.
testing, so
So that might cause some concern for some people. So it's a very interesting pick coming up, because I'm, like I said, and they could use people in a lot of spots here, and it's another team. It's not really going to shock me
yeah,
who they go for.
yeah, definitely a number of ways they can go. I don't think they'll take an edge here, just because I think they could move back if they really wanted an edge.
Yeah,
So
unless they're worried that maybe someone like Green Bay or Tampa Bay who go for their edge rushers is looking for something along those lines.
potentially,
So looking at the Daniel Jeremiah's best available, so he's got Terry Arnold, Quinion Mitchell, Brian Thomas Jr., Chop Robinson, Graham Barton, Cooper DeJean are some of the people there. All of them make sense to me. All of them make sense that could go in that spot. Vince, any news on Brandon Ayuk? I haven't seen anything on Ayuk yet. Yeah, if Newton drops out of the first, Panthers might get a haul for pick 33. That is potential, because I don't see Carolina would pick Johnny Newton to pair with Derek Brown. I don't see that happening, just because the offers that they could. I think you're right there, Vince. Like, the offers that they could get for pick 33 could be astronomical for a team who wants to move up for. But also, too, we've got to see who else is going to make it there, because there's still some really quality guys I thought would be going or gone by now at the spot. So here comes Goodell to the stage. But Kool-Aid and McKinstry's still there. Cooper DeJean's still there. These guys who we were sort of expecting to be maybe gone by now are still on the board. So it was Chop.
Sure. All right. So they did take edge. All
I
right.
said it's speed. 6'2" and 7'8", 254, ran a 40 and 4.48.
Yeah.
And it's not a terrible pick, because, like I said, Jalen Phillips coming off an Achilles tear You've got not only Jalen Phillips, like Andrew Van Ginkel, they've lost him. So, they've lost some of the Christian Wilkins, they've lost some of their defensive line. So maybe this is a thing that Johnny Newton now is going to slip out of the first round. I wonder.
Could be.
Because I could see a lot of teams picking him still, but it's just interesting because I would have thought he would have been good here to replace Christian Wilkins.
Yeah. I like Chop Robinson. I had him as a first round pick.
Mm.
So
I had him going at
pick here, so
I had him going at I actually had him going at 30 to the Ravens. I thought the Ravens would have been a good spot for him.
Yeah, I'm glad he's not going to the Lions because I can actually be happy about him playing now, unlike a few other picks so far. So, yeah. No, I like that pick. Opens it up now for Philadelphia. So who do they see as their top cornerback on the board? Because they can take whoever they want.
I had him in my mock trading up to get Terry and Arnold here. But I think if they go corner here, whoever's available goes next pick to the Jags is sort of my thinking.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that as well because they need cornerback.
Yeah. They cut their second, like their CV, like their cornerback 2. They cut their cornerback 2 and Darius Williams. So now their only main corner on the roster for the Jags is Tyson Campbell. And Tyson Campbell's a nice corner, but he's not, he's not Sauce Gardner, he's not Pat Surtain. But he's a nice corner to go there.
Yeah, you get your choice out of Mitchell and Arnold. You're looking good.
Yeah. So it looks like, obviously, I think Philly is making a pick here. We're seeing shots of the war room of Howie on the phone with Jeffrey Lurie there. I don't think he's making a trade, but I think we're both in that same sort of mold that it should be. Like, they could be another one who could be in the thought process of picking a tackle for a Lane Johnson replacement, but
yeah, I don't think they'd look at one here, though. Not with the cornerbacks on the board. I think if Arnold and Mitchell had gone earlier, then I could see him going that way, but not now.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, this also, too, really could actually see, I'm not sure if they would, but that could also be a potential defensive lineman guy because, I know they picked Jalen Carter and I know they picked Jordan Davis the last couple of years, but Fletcher Cox has retired. Like, it wouldn't shock me to go a defensive lineman here.
Yeah. They're taking it right down, though.
So pick is in now. Who would the Philly Eagles pick here? Like I said, I think it's corner. If it was me, I'm picking Quinion.
If there was, there's not a more perfect scenario here for the Philadelphia because they need cornerback. The 2 top cornerbacks are sitting there for them. If they're not trading back, they've got to pick cornerback here. That just makes way too much sense.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's Quinion Mitchell here if they. I'm going to go Quinion here.
We'll go the opposite. I'll say Terrion Arnold. Philly like their big program players.
Yeah.
Geez, they're dragging it out.
Yeah.
Let's go.
So obviously, too, I mean, they could have gone wide offensive line here, but I don't see it but like I know they lost Jason Kelsey this year, but they've got a centre back up there. They've got in Cam Jurgens, who they drafted the other year. So
Yeah. Yeah, I think they'd be happy to sit and wait for offensive line, probably next round even.
yeah, I think there's still going to be guys available for them in the second round that they could pick who could work as replacement potential guys or depth pieces if they need.
Yeah. So what are we waiting for here?
Them to come out on stage. Vince is saying, not sure why they're rushing the pick, and both Mitchell and Arnold have a legit shot to be a CB1 in the NFL. Not many prospects are. Yeah, I think that they have the chance. I think Quinion Mitchell is my guy here who I'd like to see them, even though I've had Terry and Arnold in the pickup, like in my mock, the trade up there. But me personally, I like Quinion slightly more than Terry and Arnold here.
After all that time, they come out and they want to talk about NFL going global. Come out earlier and say, let's go.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense too because Billy's international home is Australia, so Jordan Mailata's here at the moment too. So
they've had the pick in for a good 2-3 minutes. Though.
It's about 4 minutes now.
But they could have been doing this long before and then had the pick.
Yeah.
Like they showed a thing before with the clock. Jacksonville were on the clock with, what,
It's about
7.5 minutes left. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Hey.
That's why they took so long there to get Jordan Mailata somewhere.
Hey, Mitchell.
Yeah, good pick. Give me your thoughts, Dan, on Quinion Mitchell.
I love him. He was my top guy. We had obviously Mitchell and Arnold 1A and 1B. But he's from a small school, but the talent holds up. He's just exciting to watch. Like I said, you look at the athleticism, overall grades as well. I think he's got a chance to develop into one of the top corners in the league in the next couple of years. But I don't think the small school holds him back when you look at the jump that he has to make to the next level. So to be able to sit at Philadelphia there, you got Darius Slay to mentor him. They couldn't go wrong with whoever they picked. But for me, Mitchell was 1A out of both of them, so they've got an absolute stud in the making here. We'll see how quickly you can transition into the NFL coming from that small school, but he's in a system where it shouldn't take him too long. So we have Mitchell to Philly. Now we've got Jacksonville on the clock. And like I was saying before, you're thinking they're looking at Terry and Arnold now out of the two because it was either one of the two. So Terry and Arnold likely the pick here for Jacksonville. Unless they shock us and go wide receiver. He's fast, 4.33 40. Be exciting to watch in that backfield, defensive backfield. Vince likes it. Can't go wrong with either one, but yeah. You're going to be happy either way, whatever way you went.
Yeah, and my two favourite defensive players in this draft were Quinion and Byron Murphy. So Quinion, big fan, and as they said, the way he's showing, like how he showed out at the Senior Bowl too, made a massive imprint on people. So I think really for me, Jags are in a great spot here. Jags are in a great spot here to go Terry and Arnold here, unless someone gives up a huge. Oh, you're going to love that comp, Jair Alexander.
Yeah, makes sense too.
To me, the Jags are pick is in for the Jags now. I think they really would it shock me if they go Brian Thomas Jr.? No. Do I think they should? No. I think it probably should be a corner. So Terry and Arnold for me would be a great spot because he could instantly become CB1 for the team, and then they put Tyson Campbell number 2, and Tyson Campbell's overqualified to be a number 2 cornerback, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So
it's one of those things again with Philly, for what they need to who's on the board, the pick lines up perfectly.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, then it becomes another thing if Jacksonville goes offensive line here or non-cornerback, and that leaves Dallas then to look at someone else, that puts Green Bay in a fantastic spot again where they might be able to pick a guy like Terry and Arnold or Cooper DeJean here. So to me, there is a chance here that Green Bay can walk away with either Terry and Arnold or Cooper DeJean here.
Yeah. And Green Bay fans have been shouting for Cooper DeJean for ages now. So might be one of the first times in a long time that if he is the pick, if he is available there, Packers fans may actually be happy with their first round pick.
Happy. That would be it depends. Watch them pick Kool-Aid or something like that. They got Cooper DeJean on the.
Yeah.
Have they been in love with it ever since there was that picture of Cooper DeJean and Lucas Van Ness working out? Have they been in love with that picture with him since then, or is it?
Yeah, I think that would have boosted it a lot. There's been a lot of talk about him though for a while, just because of his versatility and what he can give, in the return game as well. So
yeah. So I've got Goodell coming to the podium here. Brian Thomas Jr.
Wow. Okay, so Packers are getting their choice of defensive.
Probably Terry and Arnold,
I think Cowboys go Graham Barton or Tyler Guyton.
Yeah. To me, what would actually make the most sense is because it seems like they're intent on kicking Tyler Smith out to left tackle. So to me, it makes sense going Graham Barton here. You plug him in at left guard. You kick Tyler Smith out to left tackle, and then your offensive line is set for whoever plays quarterback for the Cowboys after Dak Prescott next year when he's out of. It seems like they're not intent on re-signing him to a contract extension. Wow, what a pick there!
I'm just. There's no way the Cowboys are selecting a cornerback here.
Watch them pick Xavier Worthy.
They could do.
Or Adonai Mitchell.
Then the Packers will change up their draft board and pick Graham Barton as the offensive lineman for the first time in round one.
See, this is where Jacksonville is such a wild card. Because I thought Brian Thomas was the pick going to end up being the pick for Buffalo. But Brian Thomas here, and it's the thing that I mentioned back when I did my mock draft with Laurie. You can't really do what's actually expected of the Jags when Trent Baalke's in charge.
Yeah.
Brian Thomas, when they've just signed Gabe Davis, they've got Zay Jones on a decent sized contract. They've got Christian Kirk there. Like, one of those three is now going to miss out if you're picking Brian Thomas here. And to me, I think that's Zay Jones. I wouldn't be surprised if Zay Jones is maybe dealt this weekend, or potentially ends up being like one of those cutting down to the 53-man roster last cut sort of thing.
Yeah.
It just seems like, when they were so intent on trying to bring back Calvin Ridley, and then they went and signed Gabe Davis, to me, it just sort of was like, okay, that doesn't make, And even here, they've got pieces of the puzzle for the Jags passing offense. It's Lawrence, it's Brian Thomas, it's Gabe Davis, it's Christian Kirk, and it's Evan Engram. They've left Zay Jones off that graphic altogether. So even the NFL Network's not sold on Zay Jones staying on the team, if that's the case.
Yeah. No, like I said, wide receiver made sense for them. Get Trevor Lawrence another big-time weapon, because Gabe Davis I'm not putting much trust in.
No.
Top guy. Christian Kirk. You need that sort of difference-maker type pick, and Brian Thomas Jr. could be that.
Yeah, well, now it puts the Cowboys on the clock. Who do you think they go with here?
I think Graham Barton.
Yeah.
Not confidently, but I think Graham Barton.
It makes sense. It makes sense.
As long as it's not Terrion Arnold, and as long as the Packers actually do what I want them to do, I am going to be over the moon. Because there is no chance in hell I thought Terrion Arnold was going to be available for us.
No, I didn't think. I thought that the only way they would have been able to get him is they would have had to have tried a massive trade up to get up there. Because like I said, I was expecting both of these guys to probably go on by about pick 17, the two corners. So,
and I can't imagine a scenario where we have Terrion Arnold there and we go, you know what? We're not going to pick him.
It just makes a lot of sense. Just makes a lot of sense to pair him with Jair. Because even if Jair doesn't stay, like if he's gone at the end of the season, like there's your replacement. He's had a whole year working with him. And
we got Stokes that can't stay healthy.
Mm.
You've got like the young guys, Ballantyne and Valentine are good. But if you've got someone like Terrion Arnold there, a good cornerback isn't going to be able to keep him out, like keep us from picking him.
No. And I mean, they're good cornerbacks, but do you actually trust them as number one or number two? Guys?
Over a long haul, you'd want them to be your sort of third or fourth cornerback.
Mm.
I mean, you've got Jair there and you've got Terrion Arnold on the other side. You've hopefully got a healthy Eric Stokes. You've then got Nixon that can float in and out. You've got Valentine. You've got Ballantyne. It gives us a really good cornerback room.
Yeah. So looking at some of the available players on the clock. So the Cowboys have 50 seconds left and they haven't made their pick yet, according to what's on the screen now. So looking at who is left, we have got Johnny Newton, Tyler Guyton, Cooper DeJean, Terrion Arnold, Graham Barton, Nate Wiggins, Adonai Mitchell, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Xavier Worthy, Jordan Morgan, Kingsley Suamataia is still available.
Shit.
Yeah.
Something's happened. Cowboys have traded the pick. Cowboys have traded the pick.
Oh, to Detroit.
You suck. Oh.
There you go.
The Lions are going to come up and take Arnold.
Well, it makes so much sense. Like,
oh my god. Oh.
It makes a lot of sense.
Wow, no way.
But as you've sort of as you've said, okay, if they take Terry and Arnold here, you got Cooper DeJean.
Just as I allow myself to get excited.
Well,
I mean, I like
this-
Cooper DeJean, so if they pick him, I'm happy. But man, Terry and Arnold right there for us.
is that? Oh, okay. That's so 29 and a third round pick to Dallas, and Detroit gets 24 and a seventh round pick. So this is a Dan Campbell pick. This could be a Johnny Newton spot. Darius Robinson.
I mean, could be, but how the hell do they pass up on Terry and Arnold?
I mean, they did get Carlton Davis in a trade, but it never hurts
No,
to actually
to get
more corners.
essentially your top cornerback in the draft.
Yeah. It makes too much sense here to not be anyone
yes.
other than Terry and Arnold, isn't it? See, that might have been one of those ones that maybe Green Bay should have been in touch with Dallas to do the whole, hey, look, can we trade up one spot, a la what the Vikings did?
Well, yeah, with Arnold sitting there, absolutely.
They're going to pick Terry and Arnold, aren't they?
Yep. Oh, that sucks.
See what happens when you get too prematurely excited?
Went off early and just
Felt
Devastating.
disappointed afterwards. Just everyone's left with disappointment.
waiting for this pick to come in and go, oh, crap, they picked him?
Mm.
Oh, man. As soon as I saw it was the Lions.
Do you know what? It's such a good move for both teams, though. Like, the Lions make the smart move and trade up to get Terry and Arnold. But the Cowboys make a really good deal and move back 5 spots, but pick up another third rounder where they're able to it's such a good deal for both teams.
Yeah.
I wonder how Laurie's feeling up on the Gold Coast. Our good friend Laurie Horish from ESPN's up on the Gold Coast at something as a big Cowboys fan. I reckon that he's probably wonder how he's feeling. So if we expect them to take Terry and Arnold here, which is what we're expecting, that then leaves Graham Barton, Cooper DeJean, Johnny Newton as 3 of the main targets for the Packers here.
See, I don't see us going offensive line in the first, though. We just don't do it.
No. Yeah, I'm sort of thinking the same sort of thing. Like they don't do it, I wouldn't expect it. But then again, would it shock me? No. Do I think they will? Probably not.
It just makes, yeah. I'm good with Packers just sitting back because there's still players on the board that they'll happily take. But just seeing the Lions jump in front of us, if they take Terry on Arnold, just as I'm sitting there going, holy crap, we're going to get Terry on Arnold.
And do you know what you hate about it is the fact that he could potentially be the best cornerback in this draft, and now you're going to have to face him twice a year. Yeah. And it's a really good team, so.
You assholes.
So, as everyone can gather there, Dan is very upset that the Lions have traded up in front of the Packers and taken Terry and Arnold. And it's one of those.
Think I'm there.
It's one of those things that you see that happen so many times when a division rival trades up in front. We saw that a couple of years ago. Remember when the Eagles traded up in front of the Cowboys and selected Devontae Smith, and that's sort of where they were looking that they might go. And
yeah,
this is a really good pick. Terry and Arnold, I think, could actually end up being. Yes, Vince is there saying, no, the Pack almost got Arnold. Yeah, we were mentioning Vince. Unfortunately for Dan, he got too prematurely excited, and then everyone ended up just feeling disappointed.
I'd like to say it was for the first time, but who am I kidding?
I remember when you were
still talking about the NFL draft, just so everyone's clear.
Yeah, I was going to say, I remember when you wanted certain other players, and they got picked just before you were there as well. Terry and Arnold fell a lot further than I was expecting.
I can't believe that.
I thought that Quinion Mitchell and Terry and Arnold will both be gone by about pick 17, pick 18, somewhere around there. So the fact that he's made it to 24 is pretty shocking.
That's such a good pick for the Lions, though. I hate it.
Yeah.
Again, the NFC North, my God, that's going to be such a tough division.
This is like a real, murderer's row of teams here.
Far out.
It really, really is a very, very good pick there. And
it kind of feels like whoever the Packers pick here is going to be hard to be as excited about as what I would have been with Terry and Arnold.
Yeah, so look, I think I know you're saying that probably won't be offensive line. I think it's either cornerback or it is offensive line here.
I think we move back at this point now. I honestly don't think we're picking Cooper DeJean.
No, I don't think so either.
I think we're moving back.
Well, I haven't seen anything pop up yet to say that there's a trade. Look, we're still not seeing. It looks funny. It looks like on the screen there's a bunch of Lions fans who are now leaving the draft. They're like,
they've got their pick and they're done.
They've got their pick. They're like, okay, we're not picking again. We're out.
Oh man!
Vince was saying he was stuck at work and he was talking to someone, and she's just spent 8 minutes talking about her favorite brand of crackers. This is cool. They've given Terry and Arnold the mic here to speak to all the Detroit Lions fans out there. Do you know what? I actually like to come off of last year as the Lions to get the draft class that they got last year. When you look back at those first few picks in that draft last year, Jahmyr Gibbs, okay, Jack Campbell, I'm not sold on, but Jack Campbell was there. Sam Laporta and Brian Branch, and then to add into this, if you actually look since Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes took over, the first round pick, it was Aiden Hutchinson, there was Jameson Williams, there's the four guys I mentioned, now Terry and Arnold.
I've just seen who the Packers have picked.
It's offensive line, isn't it?
What the hell?
Yeah. So judging by that, that's offensive line from Dan, considering he's just said what the hell. So Vince was thinking he liked Cooper DeJean here and that he could play solely outside. I don't disagree that he could play. I think he's just one of those the chess pieces who, you can move all over the board. You could play him at safety, you could play him at nickel, you could play him at outside corner, you could do all of that. So he would be a good selection, but just based off the fact that Dan said he's just seen who's picked and the look on his face right now tells me that it's not Cooper DeJean and it's an offensive lineman.
And I will say, I like who it is. I just think we should have moved back.
You reckon he probably would have been available at, say, 30? 28?
I don't think we needed to pick him here,
Yeah.
but I like
okay.
the pick, essentially.
So to me, that tells me it's not Tyler Guyton, it's not Graham Barton.
No. After having Terrion Arnold ripped out of our hands, it just feels like a massive letdown.
There you go. There's Vince's suggestion. It's Michael Pratt.
Let's not get carried away now. Is that Vince or Ben? That's a Ben comment, surely.
No, that one's actually Vince there.
Oh, this is so interesting.
So to me, then it leaves it at two people because I don't think it's Guyton or Barton. So to me, then it's either Jordan Morgan, tackle out of Arizona, or it's Kingsley Suamataia. And I feel like you would have been more excited if it was Kingsley Suamataia. So that's leading me to believe then it's Jordan Morgan. That's just based off of my rundown of what I think your face says. So how many upset Packer fans are there going to be with if that's the pick? If it's Jordan Morgan or Kingsley Suamataia?
Pretty much the entire fan base. But like I said, I like the player. I just don't like the slot that we picked him in. I could have seen us move back and get him.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so Goodell on the clock. Jordan Morgan, the tackle out of Arizona. But do you know what's not a good sign? Is when they show his three traits. He's got smooth motor, redirects easily, but struggles versus power.
It's a good pick. It's just an interesting pick.
Yeah.
But I had him going high for second round, even at back end of first round. But I had him as a high second round pick.
I had him at 32 to the Chiefs.
So
it's not unreasonable, but not who I expected to pick him.
Yeah.
See, to me,
the players that we had there still.
Yeah. So Tampa Bay is on the clock now. So to me, Tampa Bay is a offensive line pick. They need it because they lost obviously Ryan Jensen last year. He had to retire. They drafted Cody Mauch last year. I think they need another guy who could potentially play. So they got Tristan Wirfs, Luke Goedeke, Cody Mauch. They traded away Shaq Mason last year. He's in Houston. Who else have they got? So I think it's offensive line here. And if it's offensive line, to me, the best person for them to pick is Graham Barton.
Yeah. Well, he's the top guy on my board for offensive line.
So they've got Tristan Wirfs, Sua Opeta, Robert Hainsey, Cody Mauch, Luke Goedeke as their offensive line. Now, Hainsey is the guy who I would be thinking that they're looking at replacing because they've brought in Sua Opeta from Philly. So to me, it's Barton because Barton can play guard or center. So if they really like Hainsey and Sua Opeta was just brought in as like a depth piece or someone to compete with, that's where you go. So you go someone like the Graham Barton here who can play guard, who can play center, and he could even play tackle if you're not really sold on Goedeke on the outside at right tackle. So so Vince is saying here about Jordan Morgan, he's all right. Versatility's there, can be a little stiff, but the overall package is solid. And he also had him in his first round in his mock draft. So not unreasonable. But if the Bucks
just
pick is
wasn't
in,
a pick that I was expecting.
No. And to me, I don't like the Bucks could go corner, but I don't see them going corner here. To me, it was always going to be offensive line, edge rush, like if they were looking to replace some of those pieces. So it felt like the Tampa Bay were a team who could potentially go corner or something else in later rounds, if that's the way they're looking. So who are you thinking if it's, because the pick's in for Tampa Bay, who are you looking at there for them?
Yeah, I think Graham Barton. I had,
Just
who do I have? I had him going edge rusher, I believe. Let me just have a look. Sorry, I'm a bit sidetracked. I had them going Jared Verse. So I can see a Darius Robinson type pick here. But I think with Graham Barton sliding, or not sliding, but still available at pick 26, I just think plug and play Graham Barton on that line.
Yeah, I had Jared Verse as well.
Yeah.
I thought it made a lot of sense to replace Edge. Once he's gone, I'm not sure if there's another edge rusher I'd want to take in the first round. I don't think, like Darius Robinson, you could pick. I don't think I would want to pick him first round if that was me. Yeah, it seems like Barton. I don't think Tyler Guyton's what they're sort of after. To me, it's more interior offensive line. And like this could be another one of these guys who you play with every intention of playing center or guard, but because he's got that versatility in Graham Barton, you could potentially move him outside in a pinch if you need to, or the long-term development is, hey, let's get you on the offensive line. We just want to get our 5 best offensive linemen out there, and then we'll look at maneuvering them around as the seasons and everything go along. So it's definitely someone worth picking here. And I would think if Graham Barton doesn't go here, he would probably be the pick for Arizona. I would take in the next pick when they're on the clock next at 27.
Yeah. Although, again, Cooper DeJean could be there for Arizona, which I think I picked in my mock. Which I did, yeah. So, and we still got Nate Wiggins on the board as well.
Yeah. And Kool-Aid's still on the board too. So Vince had Chop going to Tampa Bay, but he didn't expect a lot of the flexible O-line guys to still be here. So Jackson Powers-Johnson or Graham Barton both fit really well. I actually think JPJ actually falls out of the first round because I don't see a spot for him coming up unless it's Dallas looks at getting him for the idea of maybe playing him at guard as opposed to tackle. To center, I mean, sorry.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways they can go at least.
It's just saying Cooper DeJean will go to Baltimore just to annoy him.
Probably
Being a Bengals fan. Yeah.
Yeah, Packers fans are scratching their head wondering what happened. I think it was just a pick that no one would have expected.
That was sort of my thought process too.
So the thing becomes with Jordan Morgan now is where do they play him? Because it could be a case of now Zach Tom's going to move to center.
Yeah. Potentially.
Which Zach Tom turned into one of the best right tackles in the league, so it's a big call moving him to center.
Yeah.
But they were predicting that he could become like an elite center in the league. So
Goodell's up at the podium. I just saw a stat that I got sent, which is tipped the pick, so I know who it is. It's as we expected, and it's been noted as center Graham Barton. So, so there's a thing here from Adam Schefter. With the 26th overall selection, the Buccaneers selected Graham Barton. There have now been 19 offensive players selected in this draft in the first round, tying the record for most offensive players to go in round 1. There's still 6 picks left. So this is tied for the most offensive players in a round 1 ever at 19 with 6 picks to go. There is going to be at least another one. There's going to be more than one offensive player, I think, come off the board here. So,
yeah, easy.
Arizona could go multiple ways here. Arizona, you could go Tyler Guyton still on the board. You could go edge rusher with like a Darius Robinson, as you mentioned him earlier. I wouldn't take him here probably, but I wouldn't blame the Cardinals for doing it. So the pick is in for the Cardinals too. It wouldn't surprise me. Me personally probably wouldn't take it just because I think they are. Well, they're in a spot where they could go anyone. They've got Marvin Harrison Jr., so I don't think they would go another wide receiver here.
No.
But they're in a spot where they could go pretty much anywhere. So, what are you thinking here?
I think Cooper DeJean. I'll stick by that.
Yeah, I think it's that, or I wouldn't be. Yeah, O-line maybe. Let's see, Goodell's up at the.
Oh, there you go, Robinson.
Darius Robinson out of Missouri.
So the NFL might view Cooper DeJean a bit weird. Because some teams have passed over him that could have taken him.
Yeah, well, I think this makes it very, very interesting last couple of picks. So you got Buffalo, Dallas, Baltimore, San Francisco, and Kansas City still left on the board. So I'm wondering who. So Buffalo's now on the board. Who do you think Buffalo go for? Because they could also be a Cooper DeJean team.
They could be. Who else is there? I mean, do they try and make a splash at wide receiver?
I mean, they could be the Adonai Mitchell team. They could be the Xavier Worthy team. We've had a chat. We've had a comment here in the chat. Dan, Benny wants to know what you thought of the Packers pick because he wasn't near his keyboard at the time, so he didn't see it. But your reaction?
Like the player, which I said, I'm happy with the player. I just don't think that was the pick there, personally. But I do like Jordan Morgan. And as I said, I did have him as a first-round pick, so can't be that upset. And offensive line was a need for us, so they took a solid player that was a need. So I don't have any issues with it on that side of things. I think I was just deflated because of what was the potential there for us before the Lions came up and picked.
Yeah, he was very upset, Benny, with the fact that they nearly had Terry and Arnold. And
the minute I allowed myself to think we were going to get Terry and Arnold, I knew it was over. And anything after that just wasn't going to feel good.
So, Buffalo here. The Buffalo Bills. Will they stay? Will they trade back because maybe they were a Brian Thomas team and they're very unhappy now that he's not there? What are we thinking?
I think they stay. I think they have to have a serious look at wide receiver. And so many people are saying that Xavier Worthy is going to go in the first round. Personally, I wouldn't, but when you hear enough people talking about something like that, then where there's smoke, there's normally fire. So I can see it being a Xavier Worthy pick, just to give him that field stretcher for Josh Allen.
Well,
so that
Kansas, that's changed. Kansas City is now on the clock. So
I just saw something flash up about that as well.
So that is interesting. What do Kansas City do? So Kansas City could be the Adonai Mitchell, Xavier Worthy pick here, maybe.
I just don't think they're worth trading up for, though. But yeah, if they're trading up there, they've got to go for a wide receiver, I'd say.
I guess maybe their thought process is they wanted to get ahead of San Francisco, Baltimore, maybe even Dallas. Maybe they feel like those three teams might take a wide receiver. But actually here, the other thing I was thinking too is Tyler Guyton. Tyler Guyton's still on the board. He could be a good tackle pick there.
Yeah, true.
Vince thinks that
Vince
Latton Conkey could be fun, but he does think it's a tackle as well. So yeah, it's. I'd like to see what the terms were of the trade for the Chiefs to move up from 32. What they would have had to give up for that. So what are we thinking? Tackle or wide receiver?
That's the thing, like they didn't have to trade up going either position there, personally.
I reckon. I think they did
trade up for offensive tackle, I'd say.
I think too, though. Actually, if Buffalo decided to stay, I think that Buffalo's probably going wide receiver there, and then I think though too, Dallas has CeeDee Lamb and Brandon Cooks, but they could go receiver there. They could go tackle as well or offensive line there. Baltimore has Zay Flowers, Rashad Bateman, who hasn't really lived up to his first round pick status, and then Nelson Aguilar. So, they let Odell Beckham Jr. go, so they could be looking for a wide receiver there. San Francisco, I think, was potentially looking at a wide receiver as someone along the lines of maybe Xavier Worthy there, just because of that speed element and the way to open it up. I do think so. I've just seen the trade here. It's Kansas City gets picks 28, 133, and 248, and they give up 32, 95, and 221. So they're giving up first round pick and a third round pick and a seventh. So 137 for 147. So they've moved, in essence, they've moved up 40 odd spots in the third round.
Yeah,
they've gone for fourth, third. So, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a wide receiver, and I think if it was going to be wide receiver, to me, it's like, the Tyreek Hill type of replacement, just someone to take the top off the defense and try and give them that Tyreek Hill element that they've missed since he's gone. So I would say that, it's potentially Xavier Worthy here. I reckon that would be a good pick if they're going wide receiver. I'd pick him over AD Mitchell.
Oh, yeah.
I had Xavier Worthy as my wide receiver 5 coming into this draft. So if he gets picked here, it would be poetic that he's the wide receiver 5 that gets picked.
Yeah, I think Worthy was my 8th wide receiver, and Adonai Mitchell was my 9th. But for what Kansas City would be after, I think Xavier Worthy's the guy.
Yeah.
I just think they could have sat back and still got a really good wide receiver without trading up. Whereas if they sat back for an offensive tackle, they'd probably miss out on both that they'd kind of want. Tyler Guyton and Sumatia. So, could very likely be an offensive tackle here.
Yeah, and I think maybe with the Rashee Rice potential suspension coming, with how long that could actually be. If Xavier Worthy is top of their board, then go get him. That's who I think they're going to pick there.
Yeah.
And Vince has said, it's a smart move for Buffalo. They move back, they get their third rounder, which I'm not sure. I don't think they had their third rounder, but I'm not 100% certain on that one, Vince, off the top of my head. But then now your receiving core, if Rashee Rice is only suspended for a couple of games, but by the time the season starts and, they get into it, your receiving core is then Marquise Brown, it's Rasheed Rice, it's Xavier Worthy, Kadarius Toney, it's Justin Watson, like, you know, and there's potential still that they could pick someone else in later round as well, just to keep adding to that talent.
Yeah, they
that.
still need more.
And at the end of the day, they've still got Travis Kelce.
So, yeah, just keeps on keeping on.
So Goodell has come out here and he is giving a speech about something, because once again, because I don't have the sound on, I can't hear what he's saying. But yeah, they're going to make this pick here. Xavier Worthy would be such a pick, like perfect pick in a way, like everyone would love. Like fantasy guys would think.
Fantasy community would be going nuts.
Yeah. So it's a Make-A-Wish kid who's up here making the pick for the Chiefs here. Xavier Worthy.
Damn it, man. So overvalued in fantasy.
He is, but that Chiefs team is going to be so much fun to watch if Mahomes gets time to unload passes to Xavier Worthy on.
Yeah.
Just throw it like it's that meme effort. Xavier Worthy's down there somewhere and just bombs the shit out of the ball. Yep. I actually think, though, too, he's a much better route runner than a lot of people give him credit for. Like, everyone just thinks he's that throw the ball deep and let him run under it, which he can do, but he's actually got really good route running ability.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's a solid player. I just don't think he was as... Like, I wasn't as high on him as a lot of other people.
See, like I said, I had him wide receiver 5 in this draft. I think he was let down by the fact that his quarterback was Quinn Ewers. Like the number of times that you could see that Xavier Worthy, and the number of times you could see Xavier Worthy get out and then have to stop and slow down and wait for the ball to come, and then it was broken up or whatever. It's just like, yeah, disappointing to see. But I think he's actually going to be really quite good in this. So Dallas is now on the clock and the pick is in. To me, this is just going to be Tyler Guyton. You've just got to go
straight up.
Go tackle. Yeah.
They moved back and took the guy they could have got at 24.
Yeah, it makes sense. Get in front of Baltimore because Baltimore could also use a tackle. Baltimore or a guard. Baltimore have lost Morgan Moses and John Simpson this offseason. Yep. So I think at the moment for Baltimore, their starting right tackle is Daniel Fa'alele, the Aussie who was there, who went to Minnesota, I think it was.
No, it was drafted by the Ravens.
Yeah, he was like a 4th or 5th round pick, but I think at the moment he's...
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
He's like the starter at the moment, I'm pretty sure. See, I think it's Tyler Guyton here. Like we said, it makes sense. You've now got the ability to... Let's see.
Well, he was who I was mocking to the Cowboys at 24, so...
Yeah.
Being able to move back to 29 and still have him sitting there. I see no reason to change it up.
So if I go... Let's see the Dallas... So Dallas depth chart at the moment for offensive line. They've got Tyler Smith slated in to start at left tackle. TJ Bass at left guard. Brock Hoffman center. Zach Martin right guard. Terrence Steele right tackle. So you've got options there. You can either start Tyler Smith and Terrence Steele, kick Tyler Guyton, if that's who the pick is, into left guard, and then you go from there, or you put Tyler Smith back in at left guard, put Tyler Guyton on the outside and play through that. So to me, I don't see who else they would take in this situation because no one else really fits their needs of what they for what they have here. So yeah. Tyler Guyton out of Oklahoma. That is, it's just the stock standard pick. It needed to happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Indeed.
And like I said, so many people had just mocked him to the Cowboys at 24. So moving back 5 spots and picking up that player there where they could have got him 24. It was a good move.
And I mean, it says here former tight end, 6'7" 3/4 at 322. And the comp is Abraham Lucas. Abraham Lucas has turned into a pretty decent tackle. I know he's only a couple years in. But you know, Abraham Lucas is nice. And you see there, like Tyler Guyton at the footage that we're seeing is playing like right tackle / left tackle for a left-handed quarterback. So, you know, you can plug him in straight away at right tackle if you want to, when you've got him and Tyler Smith as your 2 bookend tackles for the Cowboys. So it's not a bad pick at all because you've just got that flexibility there.
Yeah, exactly. No,
you're going to laugh at this. I've just seen this from Kirk Cousins' agent who spoke to Mike Garafolo of NFL Network. He said, yes, it was a big surprise. This is about Michael Penix Jr. We had no idea this was coming. The truth is the whole league had no idea this was coming. We got no heads up. Kirk got a call from the Falcons when they were on the clock. That was the first we heard. It never came up in any conversation, end quote. So, not happy. Not happy.
Keep going on there.
How's that going to play out now? Like, Kirk's just signed that huge deal.
Yeah.
We'll pontificate on that in a moment.
Interesting there.
Yeah. Baltimore Ravens are on the clock here at 30. I think since O-line's not there, I think the next spot is cornerback for me. I would be looking at cornerback here. What say you, Dan?
I can't see Cooper DeJean continue to slide down from what we expected. And for the players that are left on the board, I guess kind of best player available, which Baltimore do all the time. So I can see them picking Cooper DeJean there. Again,
I mean, Nate Wiggins maybe? Or Kool-Aid?
Could be. Kool-Aid still there. I don't think they'll pick Johnny Newton, so I don't think
it makes no
need for them there. So
makes no sense for Johnny Newton after that re-sign Madubuike.
I think they just go best player available here.
And then I guess the next thing is, who do they have as their best player? We would probably say
every team's different. So
according to the way that Daniel Jeremiah has his mock draft and his picks and everything, he actually has Cooper DeJean as best player available. The Ravens, I don't know, maybe they just go big fast and go Nate Wiggins. Kool-Aid's another one, big fast. We just go one of those guys. Or they shock us all and they go someone like Adonai Mitchell, but I don't think that is probably
No, I can't see him going wide receiver here.
Some people were saying they thought Jackson Powers-Johnson here, but once again, that makes no sense after you drafted Tyler Linderbaum a couple of years ago.
Yeah, you're moving one of them over to guard.
Which Jackson Powers-Johnson could play, but to me, if you're here in this spot as Baltimore, your best pick is someone who's actually going to get more use out of you than a guard. Like, if you want a guard, go wait to the second round, grab a guard in the second round.
Yeah.
I don't think they go linebacker here. Like, I don't think it's Edgerrin Cooper. Like, because I know they lost Patrick Queen, but I don't think it's like Edgerrin Cooper or Colson.
No worthy linebacker for round one.
No. So Ravens on the clock here. Goodell's walking out. So I'm going corner, whether it be Cooper DeJean or Nate Wiggins is my.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nate Wiggins out of Clemson. Oh, I like that comp. I love that comp. Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie That's a great comp for Nate Wiggins. Like he could be a beast in the return game, but he was actually Dominic Rogers-Cromartie was actually a really good cornerback as well. He was super quick, long.
Yeah, he doesn't have the size, but he has that speed to sort of jump back up and recover if he gets beat.
And he's so good. We just watched the play in the highlights there, and he was opposite, like he was way away from a defender, from a wide receiver, and managed to come across. He's got incredible rundown speed because he is super quick. That's a really good pick for the Ravens, and I hate that for the Ravens. I hate that in the sense that the Ravens always pick really good players, and that's a really good player they've picked there.
Well, this is what happens when you sort of don't have like thresholds for size, weight, and athletic testing kind of thing, and you just go off what you see on tape. You end up getting like really good players no matter where you're picking.
Yeah. So this is interesting. There's 2 picks left in the first round. The 49ers are on the clock here at 31 with 4.5 minutes to go. Where do the 49ers go? Where do the 49ers go? Because
I think a lot of this pick's going to show us where they stand on Brandon Ayuk. Because you've got wide receivers available here. I don't know if they'll be looking at them.
Yeah, I mean, they probably need offensive.
They're a team that can go best player available as well.
I reckon this could be a good Cooper DeJean spot.
They're going to need to start retooling that defense soon.
Yeah.
Because they're going to have to, like, getting older, going to have to move on from a couple of players. So, yeah, I think it just comes to the best player available, which could be anyone, depending on their board.
Yeah, I mean, and I know that we're only doing the first round, and if I was free tomorrow to be able to do the second round, I would have loved to have done the second and third round. But this is really putting Carolina in a nice spot here.
Yeah, it makes the early second round super interesting for a lot of teams.
Yeah. So Vince has got here, the Wiggins tackling scares him. Everything else in his profile is outstanding. O-line or wide receiver makes sense here for the 49ers. And then also saying too, but imagine adding Johnny Newton to that defense.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes things scary.
I mean, I could see, because I mean, Javon Kinlaw didn't work out, their first round pick in 2020.
Yep.
It's not worked out. I don't think they should go defensive line because I think they've got enough on that defensive line that it can work. But to me, it's got to be like O-line, or I could see cornerback. But then I go, well, I don't know if you're going O-line, who you would go. Like, would it be Kingsley Suamataia? Because that makes about one of the only things that makes sense at this stage is like Kingsley there. But
that's who I had in my final mock draft. So, like you said, it makes sense there. So I can see that happening. There's a few players that we didn't think would be on the board here, though, still.
I mean, would they be a team that goes Adonai Mitchell?
Well, again, it comes down to what they're thinking with Brandon Ayuk, because if they keep him, there's no need for him because they'd be happy with their wide receiver 3. They've got Debo there. I don't know if they'd add another wide receiver this high.
Mind you, do you know what I'd absolutely love to do? I would love to see this happen. I doubt it does. Can Carolina please trade number 33 to San Francisco for Brandon Ayuk? Because then...
Would that be enough for him, though?
Probably not, but
no.
but just thinking 33. So the pick is in. I reckon this could be. Look, to me, I think it's like you said. This pick's going to determine what they see here. I think it could be. I think this is too far for Cooper DeJean. To me, Cooper DeJean should have gone in early 20s, latest.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't picture him being a second-round pick.
That, but anything's going to shock me right now. Like, could shock me right now. But I think Cooper DeJean should be the pick here. But this is really, for me, this is opening it up for Carolina as who could be in this pick. And you might have to carry it for a second because my computer that had the stream has just died on me. So I'm going to have to give me a second while I get this up on my phone because I can't.
So they're taking their time. They've got the pick in. So they're definitely not trading out. I still can't imagine it's going to be wide receiver.
I would be very shocked if it's a wide receiver.
Yeah.
And if it's going to be a wide receiver, to me, I know I'd be shocked, but to me, it sort of feels like maybe A.D. Mitchell. Vince is saying we could have T. Higgins for 33 and a stop of thirds. Yeah, I'd do that in a heartbeat.
Yeah. Honestly, I could feel being Lad McConkey here as well.
So I've got this now. So it's back up. Goodell's walking to the stage.
Just in time. Look at that. Talk about timing. I could see it being Lad McConkey if they go wide receiver over Adonai Mitchell. There we go.
What?
Right. So
What?
that is wild.
I'm sorry, what?
I like Pearsall, but as a first round
Not
pick,
first round. I didn't think that at all.
jeez.
I'm not saying that this is a bad pick. I'm just saying that this is the last person on my mind that I thought was going to be a first round receiver was Ricky
Surely
Pearsall.
you get him in the mid-second round. Like, back to the first.
What does this mean for Brandon Ayuk?
I mean, you've got Troy Franklin there. You got Lad McConkey. You've got Adonai Mitchell, which, I mean, I wasn't high on Mitchell, but
You've got Keon Coleman.
geez.
I'm not saying, but you've got Xavier Leggett. Like, you've got shit. You've got Roman Wilson.
Outsmarting himself.
Wow, that is a shock and a half for me.
Yeah, I can't get over that.
Hang on. Am I reading that right? Are Carolina on the clock?
Yep.
Hang on.
What a way for you to end.
Hang on.
So they traded with the Bills.
Yeah, they moved up a spot.
They've moved up for Xavier Leggett.
Please don't be Xavier Leggett here. To me, this is to me. If it was so,
What do they need? Everything.
okay,
but
I actually look at that. So it's 32. Sorry, it's 33 and 141 for 32 and 200. So they've given up a mid fifth round pick for a sixth round pick and to move up one spot. That's a good deal.
why would you move back nearly 60 spots just to move up one pick? They're going wide receiver here
Yeah,
because they didn't trust that they'd get the guy they want over Buffalo.
I'm on the board, people. I never thought this was going to be happening.
I'm still in shock about. What a way to end the round. Ricky Pearsall. The Panthers moving up. So who's the wide receiver they get?
I think it might be A.D. Mitchell if they're doing this.
Because I don't think it makes any sense at all for them to make that trade personally.
Do you know why? I think they made that trade too, because they've got 142. So the Panthers had picks 141 and 142 as part of the Deontay Johnson trade. Vince thinks that the Panthers should go Jalen Polk here.
Yeah, but to move up one spot when you don't have
Oh, we'll see. They've got
whatever
picked.
wide receiver they get here, to move up one spot and then move back 60 spots.
We'll see. I reckon then that might mean that maybe 39's on the block. So we've got pick 39. So I wouldn't be surprised if pick 39's on the block, and maybe they try and fill in that gap in there somewhere.
Yeah. I just
Look,
don't
to be
think
honest-
there's a wide receiver that's worth trading when you're sitting on the next pick.
Look, to be honest, maybe it's one of those things. They found their guy they want, and there was someone who was willing to move back up to 30, 32. I think it's wide receiver, but
Such a weird way to end the last two picks of the round.
it's
I don't
weird.
think
But I can.
we didn't have enough time to be in shock over Ricky Pearsall.
It's weird, but I can. I don't know how to feel. Jeepers.
Oh, what a finish to the round. Holy crap.
Not what I expected.
No. Because when you said it, I'm looking here, I'm like, no, there's nothing on my thing. And then I've looked up, I'm like, oh, yeah, there is.
I saw it pop up and I was like, I think they messed that up. I'm pretty sure that because it's saying that Buffalo's got pick 33.
Oh, the Bills are doing really well out of this, though, to be honest.
Yeah. See, it works for the Bills. They get 33 now. They're able to either replenish at wide receiver or auction it off. Do you know what, Vince? I don't know who it is. I hope I'm not. Look, if it ends up being Xavier Legette, I'll end up learning to try and deal with it and love it, but I don't see that being the pick here. It feels like maybe it's Adonai. Not sure if I'm stoked. Here comes Goodell. Dan, you're going to have to just take this for a few minutes while I sit and process. So we're handing over hosting duties.
We'll just give you the floor to get your complete reaction about it. So we're thinking wide receiver, though. Who we got? Why on earth why would they move up for him? What is the sense in moving up one spot to get Xavier Legette? I just don't understand it. You move back 60 spots from the 5th round to move up one spot to pick Xavier Legette. When you're more than like the guys that would have been available the very next pick all would have been surely graded the same. Just makes no sense at all to me. I guess you go out of your way to say, well, you said they said it to almost everyone, but you make a big deal about him being your guy if he's there at 33. So you go and get him at the back end of round 1. You know why? They get the 5th-year option on him now, and it takes him the first 4 years to actually break out in his 5th year. So they're just planning ahead for the 5th-year option for him.
Wow.
The trade didn't make any sense to me in the first place, and it makes even less sense for me now.
Yeah. That's my thought. I'm just going to have a quick look to see what Panthers Twitter is thinking because, look,
I love the backstory of Xavier Legette, and there's a whole lot of reasons going into why he sort of didn't break out until his last college season. But, I mean, they're comparing him to AJ Brown. I think we need to settle down a bit on that.
Yeah.
I just think it's so easy to sit there and get him in with the very next pick. There was no need to trade up other than just wanting a first round pick for whatever reason, just to say you could make a pick.
I am shocked.
Panthers just doing things to piss you off nonstop now.
Yeah, that's I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
I'll see. I'm not sure if this is Vince's reaction at the pick or at my reaction.
Oh, man. That is a wild way to finish round one. Ricky Pearsall and Xavier Legette. What the hell?
Yeah. Look, if I am trying to be optimistic, I can see the thought process, right? You've got your in and under guy in Adam Thielen. You have Deontay Johnson, who takes over as number one option. And then you have Xavier Legette to try and be your yak speed type of guy and say, look, let's bring you along that DK Metcalf, AJ Brown type of growth sort of path where you go, okay, your route tree is not incredible at the moment, but let's go and let's get you go routes and in breaking routes, and that's your job. I feel like though they sort of already got that in Jonathan Mingo from last year.
Yeah, it's very similar sort of body types, and I guess they play a little bit different, but it's going to be a weird wide receiver room.
Yeah, it ends up being that thought of, yeah, as you said, I'm not sure whether it was worth moving up the one spot and giving up that 141, move back 60 spots to get.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me.
Xavier Legette. And I think maybe that then means that 39. I wonder if 39 is a look. There are a lot of Carolina Panther fans who are actually quite happy with this. They really like Xavier Legette, his skill set that he could add.
Is that because he played in South Carolina?
It could be some of it to do with that. Let's see, Vince saying he thinks it's smart to grab the fifth-year option. Giving up assets to move up one spot isn't great, but team control is important. And if he's their guy, then go get him, which I get, Vince. I do get that. But at the same time,
I don't think the fifth-year option matters as much on wide receivers, though. Like, you know where you stand with them well and truly by fifth-year option.
Yeah, and I think part of it too is the thought process of, okay, if some team moved up with Buffalo and took Xavier Legette there, or even Buffalo takes Xavier Legette there, then when you come back tomorrow, if you're Carolina, you still had A.D. Mitchell, Troy Franklin, Keon Coleman, Roman Wilson's still there, Malachi Corley's still there. That's just of your offensive players. Then you start looking at defense. You've still got Cooper DeJean is still there. TJ Tampa is still there. Like, you got Ennis Rakestraw still there. Mike Samer still there. Like, you've still got these guys who are available who could be used for the team. You know, Jackson Powers Johnson, Zach Frazier, they're still there. Like, there's a bunch of people there who still, Johnny Newton. Like, to me, I would have much rather kept the 33rd pick and then see what everyone was offering come tomorrow. Like, so you go tonight, all day tomorrow for them, and then see what people are offering to move up. And then, you know, you might be able to snag a couple extra third or fourth round picks that you can try and build out the rest of this roster. It's just that, yeah, the moving up the one spot, I could have understood for a couple people, but I don't think Xavier Legette was the guy that I had in mind to move up one spot for.
No. And you look at the teams that were coming up next, like obviously Buffalo were going to pick before you. But then after you, before pick 39, like you didn't need to reach on a wide receiver. You didn't need to lock yourself in.
Mm.
But you had New England after you at 34. They need wide receiver.
I don't
So
think
they can
Xavier
take
Legette
one.
would be the and Xavier Legette might not be their type.
But like you got Franklin still there, so obviously they didn't think of him as their sort of type, I guess.
Mm.
You've got Adonai Mitchell, you've got Keon Coleman, you had Lad McConkey, who I thought would have been a perfect pick for them, and Bryce
Yeah,
Young.
see, to me, Lad McConkey maybe made more sense than what Xavier Legette did.
Yeah, I think he just would have been perfect for Bryce Young. So to lock yourself in on Xavier Legette and to give up, just to move up one spot, yeah, I think that makes no sense to me. But then again, Xavier Legette's not a guy I'm interested in too much anyway. So tough one. It's a weird one. It's a weird way to finish the first round.
It is. I still don't think that's the biggest shock of the round. The biggest shock of the round has to go back to pick 8.
Michael Penix Jr. is, yeah. And then Bo Nix at pick 12.
And the fact with how quickly Denver get that pick in as well, that was like 12 seconds on the clock.
Yeah. Sean Payton's going to be out of a job in 2 years.
Yeah, and Vince is right there. Sorry, Vince is right there saying Legette might have been the last in a certain tier of wide receiver for them, and it's hard to know. But it just, like I said, I get a little bit worried when they show a player, a wide receiver, his career stats is 1,600 yards for his career, and he's a fifth-year player or whatever, and then you see his first 4 years were 400 yards combined, and it's his last year where he had 1,200. That's where my concern.
He's had a weird college career. A lot of things going on, but yeah. I just not the player I'd be targeting out of them all.
No, not for me either. But what can we do? So, yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there with your Bo Nix point. It was just something that Vince brought up, which made a lot of sense. That it's hard to know what Carolina was thinking at the time, but with their tiers and things like that,
is 2 years running that's the case when we talk about the Panthers.
That'll be interesting to see if that was actually a Dan Morgan, Dave Canales pick, or if that had a bit of David Tepper influence in it as well. Because we know he likes to have his input. And
it now opens up an interesting case for pick 39 for them.
So, of the picks in this round, besides a couple of the obvious, what would be your favorite pick of the round?
My favorite pick of the round is certainly not Rome Odunze to Chicago. It is certainly not Terrion Arnold to the Lions. I do like Brock Bowers to the Raiders. I think that's interesting. I mean, just for pure need, player, scheme, how do you go past Quinyon Mitchell at Philadelphia?
Yeah, that's a great pick by Philly.
Like, how do you go past that?
That's a really good pick. I like that. I like Byron Murphy to the Seahawks because that's a great pick as well for the Seahawks to have him there. I thought what the Vikings did to get JJ McCarthy by only moving up the one spot and not having to move up to 5 like a lot of people were originally thinking.
It never made sense for them to move up to 5.
And then also being able to move from 23 to 17 to get Dallas Turner. I think that was a really good first round for them. That's another really good pick. I think the most surprising was definitely Penix, Bo Nix, Ricky Pearsall, and Xavier Legette. So the last 2 picks and the last 2 quarterbacks picked in that first round were very surprising.
Yeah, ended on Ricky Pearsall as a round 1 wide receiver, came from nowhere.
Yeah. Pretty much. And I think, too, if you look at Arizona, I like what Arizona's done in that first round. It's Marvin Harrison at 4, which was obviously the best pick. But it's also then Darius Robinson at 27. It's listed, as a defensive end. So he could actually be playing more defensive end as opposed to, like, quote-unquote edge rusher because he's got the bulk to him, that size. But Vince chiming in here, he said it's not sexy, but he thinks Drake May was a really good pick. Pats could have done something really silly there. And when you start looking at what actually happened after them, it does become a really good pick that they stayed put at 3 and they didn't try and move back and then go from there. So
they moved back up as well, even. Could have made it
all I'm gonna say is that leaves it for a very, very interesting second round starting tomorrow. So there's a lot of good guys left on the board who we weren't expecting to be here. That's left a lot of interesting thought processes of what teams might do, where they might go, what could happen. There are so many good players still left on the board that I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens come tomorrow in rounds 2 and 3 to see how teams shape the rest of their rosters as they move around.
I think there's going to be a lot of movement within the first 10 picks of the second round.
Yeah.
Once teams sit back and see who's still available.
Yeah. And that, to me, is where maybe I could understand the thought process of Carolina by sitting at 39, thinking that they might actually have someone they might have been in discussions with someone already at 39 to look at the idea of going, hey, we'll move back to 39 with you, and then we'll recoup some of that picks in between that 140 and that 200 that we moved back from there. So,
yeah.
Well, that was a lot of fun. 4.5 hours in. Thank you for anyone who's listened, stayed around this long, chimed in on the chat. Benny, Vince, thank you very much, guys, for jumping in on that. Dan, have you got any final thoughts before we get out of here for the day?
I think it was fairly much sort of expected on a lot of picks. Certainly the positions were. Players swapped around a little bit in that, like Joe Alt especially, but no one saw that kind of coming.
Yeah.
But, yeah, the start of that draft was fairly much what we thought. And then all hell broke loose at pick 8.
Yeah.
And it kind of changed up a lot of the direction of that first round within the first 15 picks. From pick 8 to pick 15, kind of changed everything there. And then you look at Denver as well at pick 12, just absolutely losing their mind.
Massive shock.
Oakland sitting there, Las Vegas sitting there at pick 13, having both the quarterbacks that, well, I think they would have been looking at Michael Penix Jr.
Yeah.
They had Bo Nix on their board, but not having the quarterback available there that they might have been looking at, I think it was a good move by them not to go all out and trade up, and then to just sit there and take Brock Bowers, who is just another weapon for whatever quarterback they end up going with for this season. And then you get someone who's classed as a generational prospect in Brock Bowers at pick 13. You can't complain about that.
No, that's it. It's turned out to be very interesting, and the way that this draft's going to shape out, there's still a lot more to play out. So, tune in next week, guys. We will have another episode next week where we are going to come in and we'll discuss what happens in round 2 and 3, look at the overall drafts of the teams, and sort of go with our favorite picks, our least favorite picks, who we think might be able to come out and have some sort of role moving forward. So, Dan, thank you very much for this 4.5 hours that we've done this. It's our second year in a row of doing this. It was a lot of fun last year. It was even more fun this year. So on behalf of Dan, who you can find on Twitter at beard_82, and you can find me at BradBolt1 and at NFL Lab Network, on behalf of us, we'd like to thank you for listening, and we wish you goodbye.
See yous.
Gino steps into it. Pass is caught. Diggs! Sideline! Touchdown! Unbelievable! Vikings win it! Hurts has all day, loaded up, taking a shot, looking for A.J. Brown. He's got it!